2 weeks ago, as drivers prepared for the Pepsi 400 at Daytona, little did anyone know that an incident was about to occur which would involve over half the field and dramatically affect the Winston Cup points.
Look at Richard Petty coming up on the inside.
Come on, King. What are you doing down there?
He's showing muscle early in the race. On the first lap, he goes 3 wide into turn number 3 with Greg Sachs in the middle and Derek Cope on the outside. And here we go into the 4th corner now.
Boy, somebody's got to give there.
3 abreast racing. Look at this. Coming out of corner number 4, they touch. All 3 cars are touching as they come down through the tri-oval, but everybody maintains position.
Wow.
Oh, no. Sachs is in trouble. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage resulted. Fortunately, no one was injured. Dale Earnhardt survived and drove to his first points-paying win at Daytona. The King and several others went home disappointed. They hope for better results today at Pocono. ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, presents Speed World. Today, live from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania, it's the AC Sparkplug 500. This 2.5-mile super speedway is nestled in the Pocono Mountains in eastern Pennsylvania. Yesterday, it rained. Today, a much different story. We have partly cloudy skies, temperature in the high 70s. They say a 30% chance of rain, but it should be no factor for a race here this afternoon. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bob Jenkins, and welcome to Pocono as we begin the second half of the 1990 Winston Cup season. Now, that wreck at Daytona certainly did scramble the point standings. Let's take a look at how they were going into Daytona. The leader was Mark Martin. Morgan Shepherd was second in points, followed by Jeff Bodine and Rusty Wallace and Dale Earnhardt. Coming out of Daytona, Mark Martin maintained the lead, but Dale Earnhardt moved to second, Rusty Wallace third, Jeff Bodine fourth, and Shepherd fell to fifth in the point standings. Now, like Daytona, this track can also be a spoiler. One reason for that, well, let's go to the third turn. Here's Benny Parsons and Ned Jarrett.
Bob, at the last Winston Cup race here in Pocono, it seemed like every time I turned around, another car was coming in the pits with a flat tire. Ned, after the race, I went around and talked to some of the competitors. 26 flat tires I counted.
And the reason, Benny, for those flat tires, the drivers were getting too low in the turns, kicking gravel out onto the track, and of course the end result was cut tires. 5 weeks ago here, little pinholes like this caused Bill Elliott to make 3 unscheduled stops with cut tires. Ken Schrader was lucky to get back to the pits with this cut tire. Dale Jarrett was not so lucky when he cut his 3rd tire of the day. The race for him was over as he crashed. Alan Kowicki was leading the race, made a pit stop for new tires, and was sailing along in fine shape. Then boom, his victory hopes were gone, yes, from a cut tire. It doesn't take a very big rock to cut a hole in the tire, but Benny, they've done something about it.
Ned, they sure have. Folks, ripple strips. See the ripple strips the officials have added since the last race? All this is new. If the cars get here, it might get the car a little bit out of shape, but look here how deep the ripple strips are. The cars get on this, it just might shake the car apart. For another story that we've been following since Daytona, let's go to pit road.
Benny, it's almost impossible to believe that just 16 days ago, the biggest bone in Darrell Waltrip's body, the left femur, was shattered in this accident at Daytona. Dave Marcus slammed into the left side of Darrell Waltrip, shattering his femur. Waltrip underwent 5 hours of surgery. He was in the hospital for about 8 days. Yesterday, he was here at the Speedway in street clothes, hobbling on crutches. He changed into the driver's uniform. And they took 5 crew members to put him in a race car. NASCAR had to watch him putting him in a race car to make sure he could get in and out of the race car with no problems at all. Darrell Waltrip is in the Tide Chevrolet right now. Will run 1 lap, come down pit road, and get out of the car with Jimmy Horton getting in the car. We'll talk to Darrell Waltrip at that time and talk about his future plans. Let's go up pit road to John Kernan.
Thank you, Jerry. Mark Martin heads into the second half of the season at the head of the pack. Not only is he starting from the pole today, he's also the Winston Cup points leader. You might think that the team would take a conservative approach to the second half of the season. Well, they're not. Jack Rouch, the owner, is rolling the dice today. They've got a transmission in the car that allows them to downshift twice over this 2.5-mile circuit. Now, that could present a problem, though, Bob, as at the end of the race, if we see a green flag stop, and it comes down to winning the race on a green flag stop. What they're giving up with that special transmission is getting out of the pits quickly. So all the crewmen will have to give a hand and push the car out of the pits and hope he can beat some of the cars out.
All right, John, and the percentages are certainly not riding with Mark Martin. Only 3 times in 25 previous events here has a race been won from the pole position. The field begins to move out, and the entire racing community is saddened today. This is the 32nd position from which Rich Vogler was supposed to have started his first Winston Cup race this afternoon. The 5-time Winston Cup, rather the midget champion, USAC, was killed last night in a USAC sprint car race at Salem, Indiana. Rich Vogler would have been 40 years old this coming Thursday. Our thoughts and prayers are with Rich Vogler's family. NASCAR's Winston Cup division begins the second half of the 1990 season today at Long Pond, Pennsylvania, Pocono International Raceway in the AC Spark Plug 500. This is an unusual racetrack, to say the least. It is a tri-oval. The speed was 158.264 for the pole sitter, a time of 56.86 seconds. The banking between 6 and 14 degrees will go 200 laps, and the field is separated by 8.3 miles an hour. Now let's check the Sears Die Hard starting grid. On the pole, Mark Martin from Batesville, Arkansas, in the Folgers Valvoline Ford, car number 6. Outside the first row, is Ken Schrader, car number 25 from Fenton, Missouri, the Kodiak Chevy. Greg Sachs will start in 3rd position. He's from Mattituck, New York, driving the Ultra Slim Fast Chevrolet, car number 18. Then Jeff Bodine from Chemung, New York, in the Budweiser Ford, car number 11. Harry Gant starts in 5th position here this afternoon. He's from Taylorsville, North Carolina, the Skull Banded Food Lion Olds, car number 33. And then Bill Elliott from Dawsonville, Georgia, in the number 9 Coors Melling Ford. Starting 7th, rookie candidate Rob Moroso from Madison, Connecticut, in the Central Crown Oldsmobile, car number 20. Alongside him, defending Winston Cup champion Rusty Wallace from St. Louis in the number 27 Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac. Alan Kulwicki will start 9th. He's from Greenfield, Wisconsin, drives the number 7 Xerox Ford. And then Ernie Irvin in car number 4, the Kodak Film Oldsmobile. He's from Modesto, California. Dale Earnhardt begins in 11th position, number 3, the GM Goodwrench Chevrolet. And alongside will be Derek Cope from Spanaway, Washington, in the number 10 Purolator Chevy. Ricky Rudd and Kyle Petty will start in row number 7, the 8th row, Davey Allison and Sterling Marlin. Going to row number 9, it's Bobby Hillen and Dale Jarrett. The 10th row, Rick Wilson and Hut Strickland. And as you look at the rest of the starting lineup, remember that Darrell Waltrip will only be taking 1 lap in that car and then coming in for a relief. And another driver that will be doing the same thing, Dave Marcus, driving car number 71. He also is suffering from a broken leg, and he will come in and be relieved by Jim Sauter in this race.
You know, we saw Dave Marcus hit Darrell Waltrip in Daytona. The blue 71 was Dave Marcus, and believe it or not, their injuries were very similar. Dave Marcus' left leg was broken as well.
Several in-car cameras for you here this afternoon. We're inside Brett Bodine's number 26 Quaker State Buick. Ernie Irvin will also carry one of our in-car cameras, and also Kyle Petty riding the Pete Pontiac as the field now is headed into the tunnel turn. And there's an interesting view from Kyle Petty's car. We're going to be watching the tire here on the right rear of the car and the suspension work as they go this 2.5-mile oval. Well, it won't be long before we'll be getting the green flag. The pace car now pulls off of the racetrack. He does so just off of corner number 2. This is a 3-turn track. The first turn, 675 degrees of radius, 14 degrees on the banking. The second turn, referred to as the tunnel turn, is 8 degrees, and the final turn is 6% of banking. So 3 very different turns. Harry Gant may be a driver to look for here this afternoon. He won the race here at Pocono just 5 weeks ago.
He always runs strong on this racetrack, Bob. For some reason, I talked to him last week, and he said, I don't know. Said, this racetrack, Darlington, is a tough racetrack. He said, it just seemed to get around well. We have a good setup for it. We're ready to go racing.
200 laps of racing in the AC Spark Plug 500. The green flag is out, and here we go. Mark Martin, remember, has that overdrive in his car, very high gear, but look at Greg Sachs go to the inside of everybody as they go into the first turn, and try to take the lead away from Mark Martin and also Ken Schrader.
We might have seen right there the situation of that transmission just wouldn't let him take off as fast. Now, maybe once he gets up to speed, he's able to make faster laps.
They felt like that would be an asset. Leaving on the restarts, he'd be able to get a better jump. But look, Mark Martin already is back to about 6th or 7th spot.
And Harry Gant moving to 4th position. Bill Elliott in 5th. And Mark Martin there in car number 6 is back in 6th position. Through the tunnel turn they go, and now headed for turn number 3. About to complete lap number 1. And the leader of the race at the moment is Ken Schrader as they come off the 3rd corner and head down the long straightaway. And here is Darrell Waltrip doing as he said he would. Come in after 1 lap. Jerry Punch is right there.
The crew has worked all week long on Wednesday. It was 5 hours in the shop. They videotaped putting him in and out of the race car. They cut the seat away from the car. Waltrip now has the window net down. Bill Wilbert and the crew. Eddie Dickerson climbs to the right side. Darrell is sliding out the driver's side. They're going to be very careful with that left leg to not rotate it at all. The bones are still in fragments, small pieces. They clear the car now. They lift Darrell completely away. Dave Marcus also getting out of his car. Jim Sauter going in the car number 71. Jimmy Horton, a big round of applause to the local driver from nearby Hamilton, New Jersey. Darrell Waltrip now getting lifted across the wall. They will give him the crutches. He is watching now. They are trying to get Horton in the car. They have the window netting up. Dickerson is out of the car. They will get the car fired now. And they are trying to get into the car fired, and they are holding him here in the pits. The officials are holding him. Now the field comes by in review.
NASCAR is still holding the car. For some reason, NASCAR is still holding the car.
He is definitely losing a lap. There is Darrell Waltrip and Stevie Waltrip, his wife, looking over the situation. They can't understand why the car is being held. Dave Marcus was allowed to go onto the racetrack much earlier than Darrell Waltrip was.
I can't imagine. I'm sure Jerry Puncher will find out in just a moment why that they held Jimmy Horton as he tried to exit pit road.
But he was not going to beat the pace car out anyway. He was going to lose the lap. The only thing is that he's just going to be farther behind the field.
Here is Ken Schrader in car number 25 and Greg Sachs in car number 18 as they run 1st and 2nd. In 3rd position is the number 11 Budweiser Ford driven by Jeff Bodine as they come off the corner and complete lap number 2. Ken Schrader leading the AC Spark Plug 500.
Going down the front straightaway now. Greg Sachs jumps out. He got a draft going down the front straightaway enough to propel him by. Ken Schrader going into turn 1.
And Greg Sachs becomes our 2nd leader. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Darrell Waltrip.
Well, Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Hammond are discussing what happened here. Darrell, you got out of the car. First of all, are you okay? The leg's all right getting out?
Yeah, it wasn't any problem. I'm not sure about why they penalized us or whatever they did. I fell to the rear when the green came out. I told everybody behind me I would pull down to the inside. I didn't know they wanted me to go to the rear before the green came out. It's just a misunderstanding, and to do that to my crew right now is not very considerate.
You lost a lap. Let me ask you, what about next week and down the road as far as the lake's concerned? Where are you at as far as being able to get in the car on a regular basis?
Well, I'm on a week-to-week deal right now. We just got to look at it after every race and see where it is. But in all honesty, just because I'm here today doesn't mean I'm well. By the same token, if it's going to hurt the team, put them behind like this every week, then we may have to reevaluate, doing something like this every week.
You've got about 6 or 7 more weeks before you would actually be able to get in and get some weight bearing on the leg.
Yeah, they said 8 weeks, and it's been 2, so we got 6 to go before I could actually put weight on it. So, maybe I can hang in there that long, but it just remains to be seen. I'm not sure. It's just too bad about what happened here on the NASCAR's decision to penalize us a lap.
Darrell Waltrip.
And we have a crash down in turn number 1 as Dick Johnson in car number 38 has a problem, and I don't know whether he hit the wall or whether he just spun. I would imagine that he did hit the wall, perhaps with the right front of the car that we cannot see from this camera angle, but in any case, the first yellow of the afternoon comes out, and here's the tail end of it.
He is already in a spin as he heads into turn 1. You can't see the car for the smoke at the moment, but he does go up and clip the outside retaining wall. No other cars involved.
Let's check in on the Dave Marcus situation with John Kernan.
Well, Bob, Dave has climbed from the car. Pretty quick driver change there, Dave. You okay?
Yeah, everything went real smooth. NASCAR asked this morning that we only take one lap. Jim Sauter is in the car. We practiced the driver change in the garage this morning a couple times, and it was taking us like 25 or 26 seconds this morning, so everything went according to plan. We came in, did a change, he's back out running right now, so everything went smooth.
Talk about your rehabilitation. How much longer before you'll be able to hop back in the car and be a full-time race car driver again?
Well, I got to leave that up to Dr. Terry Trammell. He told me it would be approximately 8 weeks before I could put any weight on this foot. So right now, I need to listen to him, take care of it, because the work that he's done in there, I need to take care of it. So I'm just waiting till he says, I mean, like he told me that I could drive now, I could do the whole race, but I didn't think it would be too wise to take a chance of getting involved in an accident and jamming that knee or something and messing up all his work. So I'll wait for further word from him when he says it's better, and maybe it could take a little bit of a leg.
Well, Bob, they say some drivers are hard-headed, but Dave Marcus is taking his doctor's advice.
And a good idea, as Dave has gotten out of that car and Jim Sauter has gotten in. Dick Johnson has crashed down in turn number 1, so it'll be a while before we get that car off the racetrack. The top 10, Greg Sachs, Ken Schrader, Jeff Bodine, Harry Gant, and Bill Elliott. And then running 6 through 10, Ernie Irvin, Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, Rob Moroso, and Kyle Petty. Well, you can win a new car this afternoon in the Right Guard Halfway Challenge. All you have to do is dial 1-900-246-0101. It does cost 95 cents to register. But then if they call you back after the halfway point and you know who led at the halfway point, you'll win a new Pontiac Grand Prix. We'll be right back. Live from Long Pond, Pennsylvania, Pocono International Raceway, it's the AC Spark Plug 500, race number 16 on the Winston Cup Trail for 1990, the beginning of the second half of the season. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil. By Goodyear Eagle Radials, the best-selling performance radials in the world. And by AC Delco, automotive parts that don't just fit, they match. Top 10 right now shows Greg Sachs leading Ken Schrader, Jeff Bodine, Harry Gant, and Bill Elliott. And then Ernie Irvin, Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, Rob Moroso, and Kyle Petty. 5 of 200 laps have been completed. We are yellow because of a crash in turn number 1 involving Dick Johnson, the Australian. Now, we documented the fact that Darrell Waltrip lost a lap on the driver change there with Jimmy Horton, and we should also mention that Dave Marcus also lost a lap with his driver exchange to Jim Sauter. And this is the reason why we are yellow, the incident down in turn number 1.
And going in turn 1, these Winston Cup cars, Bob, are running 180 miles an hour. But they have to jump on the brakes because just below Dick Johnson's car, they've got to be slowed down to 140 to 145 miles an hour. To lose that much speed, it takes a tremendous amount of brakes. He probably jumped on the brakes, maybe the car got away from him.
Now, you remember last year in this same area of the racetrack, there was a terrible crash involving Greg Sachs and Lake Speed, and Greg punched a hole in the boiler plate that was the wall at that time down in turn number 1. It's been replaced by concrete.
Yes, and that's a much more stable wall there than the boilerplate was, even though the boilerplate was certainly hard, no question about that, but we have seen cases in the past where it would break apart when these 3,700-pound cars hit it at over 180 miles an hour.
And here's the accident to which we refer. This is last year. Watch Greg Sachs in the yellow and orange car as he heads for turn number 1 wall, and that boilerplate gives a big hole created as Greg Sachs tumbled down turn number 1. He was not injured in the incident. However, Lake Speed, the other driver involved, did have a shoulder injury and set out several races. This was a year ago at this time here at International Raceway. But new wall this year in turn number 1 and also in turn number 2. The field is still under caution. However, they have been given the indication that they will be going back green one more lap. Now, there is Jimmy Horton, who's driving the number 17 car. He came in again for a pit stop during this yellow.
Yes, he did. They looked the car over, made some adjustments, I believe, on his safety harness to be sure that everything was hooked up correctly. Of course, he was at the end of the pack anyway, so that was a good time for him to come in, top the thing off with fuel, and get him ready to go again.
Now, a lot of fans that watch our races every week wonders why Jimmy Horton is not allowed to pull up by the entire field and for a two-abreast start beside the leader. Under NASCAR rules, lapping has to begin before that is allowed. In other words, the leader has to completely go around and lap a car before a car can come up and make a two-abreast start.
Well, Goodyear will be donating a check for $1,000 to the Winston Cup Racing Wives Auxiliary in the name of our pole sitter, Mark Martin, for today's race. And should Mark win this event, he'll win the $60,800 in Unical bonus money. So a lot going for Mark Martin, who goes into this race as the Winston Cup points leader. Just about to go back to green flag racing, the field now entering the tunnel turn number 2.
You know, I talked to Jack Roush along with John Kernan. He felt like the restart and start of the race was going to be the strong suit with the transmission they have. The start wasn't very good. Let's see if the restart's better.
I guess they figured they would give up on getting out of the pits rather than the restarts.
Exactly.
And one thing they were told in the drivers' meeting was that you pass on the outside on restarts. So you can rest assured that most of those front-running cars are going to be up pretty close to that wall, so no one can pass them on the outside.
And there is the Unical bonus money amounting to $60,800 if Mark Martin, the pole sitter, can go on to win this race this afternoon. And right now we're about to go back to green as Greg Sachs leads them down the longest straightaway in racing, 3,740 feet of straightaway. The green flies and the cars move back up to speed. Look at this. One thing about Pocono, this nice wide front straightaway, they can get 4, 5, and sometimes 6 deep before they go into turn 1.
Yeah, once they pass the start-finish line, then they can move to the inside. I should have said that. It was until they get to the start-finish line.
Riding with Kyle Petty is Pete Pontiac. Just ahead of him is Rusty Wallace in the Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac.
And Rusty told me he had something saved up for these fellows today. He said his car was running extremely well. And remember, last race here, only Harry Gant was able to beat him.
Despite the fact that Wallace is third in the point standings, it is still a very confident Rusty Wallace.
Someone is running the back of Bobby Hillen's car. The rear bumper's messed up a little bit.
And fellas, I mentioned that passing on the outside. Number 28 will get the black flag, Davey Allison, when they come by this time, or at least his number's on the board there for a moment. Maybe they reevaluate it. Let's see if he does get the black flag. No, I don't believe he's going to. They had his number on the board there, but maybe another official looked at it and said, hey, he didn't pass anybody. He almost did.
Let's get an update on that from John Kernan.
Well, Bob, what happened was they said that Davey had jumped the start, but Earnhardt was on the outside of him and came up on him, and apparently that's what confused NASCAR. The officials, they got together, and they talked it over, and they decided that no, he did not jump the start after all.
And so no black flag for Davey Allison, and he remains in the running.
That's one advantage of a big racetrack, 2.5-mile speedway. At a half-mile racetrack, they would have black flagged him because that was a judgment call. Once they thought about it, they said, well, wait a minute, okay, maybe he did jump after all.
Watching second and third position here, that's Ken Schrader at number 25 and Jeff Bodine at number 11 as they trail the leader. There is Greg Sachs on the left of your screen as he has taken over the lead here as they're about to come down and complete lap number 11.
Bob, this is exactly how the race started last year. Greg Sachs jumped out to the lead and led the first 100 miles. No one could touch him. They started making pit stops, and his car faded back, and he ended up finishing somewhere in the top 10. But he might have learned something last race and be able to stay out there. And here, Jeff Bodine led the most laps here in June. He was the strongest car. He's trying to get by Schrader. He may have the position going in turn 2.
Down Long Pond straightaway, which is 3,055 feet, he does indeed pass Ken Schrader going into turn number 2, the tunnel turn, and Jeff Bodine in number 11 has second position, dropping Schrader back to third. As Greg Sachs stretches out the advantage over the rest of the field. A battle going on behind these guys, involving the pole sitter Mark Martin, also Rusty Wallace and Kyle Petty. That's 7th, 8th, and 9th position inside Kyle Petty's car.
Mark Martin, as John Kernan mentioned, he's shifting. Right now, he's downshifting to another gear. He's going through this corner in a third gear, we'll call it. I don't know what the ratios are, but in third gear. As he goes down this straightaway, he will now have to shift it back into fourth gear. When he gets to turn 2, he'll have to downshift once again back into third gear. go through turns 2, across the short chute, through 3, and on the front straightaway, shift back into 4th.
And so he'll shift 4 different times during a lap.
Exactly. Now watch this shot. I wouldn't wait to see this shot.
Gives you some idea of how the surface is. It's a little rough in some areas of this track. But look at how the chassis absorbs all of that.
Yeah, the shock absorbers are doing their job.
That is absolutely. Look at the deflection in the tire. You know how the tire sidewall goes back and forth.
Here's Harry Gant making a challenge for 3rd position as Gant moves to the inside, but now thinks better of it and drops behind Ken Schrader. Harry Gant running in 4th. Became the oldest winner in NASCAR history as he won the event here at Pocono just 5 weeks ago.
That's a good shot of the tremendous infield crowd there. They sold out of tickets 4 or 5 days ago in the grandstand, so anyone that came in today had to go in the infield, and it is almost full.
The crowd here is just unbelievable. The grandstand's jam-packed in the infield. Hardly an area to turn around in the infield, but what there isn't a camper or a car. And they're seeing a great race here in the early going of this event as Craig Sachs has jumped out into the lead. Jeff Bodine second, then Ken Schrader and Harry Gant. That's the battle we're following right now. 14 laps completed. We're at Pocono International Raceway for Winston Cup racing on this Sunday afternoon. Stay with us. We are back at Pocono, and Harry Gant in car number 33, the Skoal Bandit, has moved past Ken Schrader and taken over the 3rd position. Harry Gant now runs 3rd on the field.
Harry Gant did not run that well at the beginning of the race just 5 weeks ago, but he had gotten off the race course and had messed up the air duct going into the radiator where the car was running hot, the engine running extremely hot. He had to back off and just wait until the crew could fix it. Once they did, then his car ran as well as it is now.
2 cars out of competition so far, Randy LaJoie and Dick Johnson. Johnson crashed down in turn number 1. The field moving off of the 4th corner now, the leader that is, and you can see the interval has really closed up now behind the leader as Jeff Bodine is pulling in, and here is a good battle also involving Mark Martin and Bill Elliott, who has most wins for an active driver here at this facility.
And, of course, is the defending champion of this race today.
Davey Allison pulling down on the inside of Dale Earnhardt, trying to get position going in turn 1. Did not quite make the pass.
And as you saw the cars go into turn number 1, you also saw the rumble strips or the ripple strips down there. Now, Ned and Benny were down at turn number 3 and showed us down there, but they put these strips in all 3 corners.
Exactly, because that's all the guys were getting down in each of the corners, kicking the rocks up. You know, if they hadn't fixed those, cars would have already been in the pits with flat tires. So obviously, it's working very well.
Some of the drivers were complaining that's a little longer around and a little slower as far as the speed is concerned, but indeed it does prevent the rocks from coming up on the track and cutting the tires.
It's an ingenious idea. I had not heard of or never thought of that concept to do it. We've seen curbing down on the inside of racetracks and other methods, but the folks here at Pocono did a great job.
Imagine those things will jar your teeth.
I didn't try them, but Mark Martin trying to get by Ernie Irvin going down in turn 1. Looks like he may have position. Let's see.
Indeed he does. Mark Martin passing Ernie Irvin. On the strips there in turn number 1. You saw them, and here they are, and you can see how deep they are.
Yeah, right. You saw my finger at the beginning of the show. They're about 2 inches deep, and a car going across that, it's like running across railroad tracks.
Oh, that's so, especially at 180 miles an hour or so, just about what they're running as they head into turn number 1.
Now, Earnhardt got awfully close down there at that time.
Yeah, he really did, and it
worked for
served
him
very well for him because he goes by Bill Elliott, and here comes Davey Allison to get by Bill.
So Elliott loses 2 positions here as both Earnhardt and Davey get by. Now Davey washes out the car high off the corner going into turn number 3, and Elliott is able to move and take the spot back. Now here comes Kyle Petty.
What happened, Davey went in there so fast to try to get in the opening that Earnhardt had made there, and he just got in there so fast he couldn't keep it down on the racetrack. Elliott drove right back under it.
Inside Kyle Petty's Pete Pontiac watching Davey Allison on the left and Bill Elliott on the right.
Well, Davey must have gotten a good bite off that corner because he tried to pass Bill Elliott down the Long Pond Straight.
He sure is. He goes to the inside, and before hitting turn number 2, has the spot back from Bill Elliott.
That's 8th position.
Now, this is a tough corner. That corner they just went through, folks, we're talking about 145 miles an hour through that corner.
And that, of course, is the turn that Bobby Allison suffered his devastating crash a few years back. Kyle Petty moving to the inside and taking the spot away from Bill Elliott. And here is Rusty Wallace in number 27 as he works to the inside of Bill.
I don't think Elliott's car is handling the way he would like for it to right now. He's not able to keep it down on the low side there. He gets up, even though he's coming back on Rusty down the front straightaway, but it's just not getting through the turns the way he needs to.
Rusty trying to position himself to go that slower car.
Jerry O'Neill was down on the inside. Rusty was trying to use the draft off O'Neill, not able to do it.
We talked about how different these corners are. Which is the faster one?
Turn 2. Turn 2, the tunnel corner, is the fastest corner on the racetrack. The corner their cars are entering now. As I said, they're running about 160 now, down just a little bit. Check about 15 miles an hour, about 145 miles an hour. Now they'll go back up to around 150 or 60 through this corner, and then they'll slow down to almost 100 miles an hour. That's how much speed they lose at this corner. They're down to 100 miles an hour right now.
Well, Bill Elliott, as he came off the second corner, got the rear end of the car a little out of shape, and that allowed Rusty Wallace to pull right up, and now Rusty moves to the inside of Bill as they come down this long front straightaway, but Rusty drops behind Bill again.
And look at Davey Allison coming down on the inside of Dale Earnhardt once again.
Here is Elliott, and watch the rear end of the car as he comes off the corner.
Yeah, the car seems to be a little bit loose for him as he comes off at the turns, and that, of course, takes away some of the speed.
So all he can do is stay on the racetrack, do the best he can. As when he's able to make a pit stop, the crew will adjust with tires and chassis adjustments and possibly fix his car to where it's perfect.
Let's go to John Kernan with a comment on Bill Elliott.
Well, Benny was just talking about, Mike Beam says the car's just a little bit tight right now. What they're going to have to do is just ride it out and wait until they can get a caution or until the first round of pit stop, and then try and fix it with the new tires.
All right, Bill maintaining the position, although Rusty Wallace is right there on his back bumper. And there's Alan Kowicki making it a 3-car race.
Let me make a point that Ned and I a moment ago speculated Bill Elliott was loose, and Mike Beam said the car is tight or pushing. What happened, the car is pushing. Bill Elliott's trying to steer it away from the retaining wall, and he turns it so much that once it gets on the straightaway, he will lose the back end.
In fact, the right rear will spin a little bit sometimes coming off of those turns when it is too tight.
Single file formation for the most part now as that race has settled down somewhat. We move back up front and show you that Greg Sachs in car number 18 is still leading this race, but Jeff Bodine is only a matter of car lengths behind him. As we have completed 21 laps of this 200-lap race here at Pocono, let's look at the top 20 as they stand right now at Pocono International Raceway in the AC Spark Plug 500. Back at Pocono for Winston Cup racing, and we have a new leader of the AC Spark Plug 500. It is Jeff Bodine in car number 11, who was able to pass Greg Sachs and go into the lead and become our 4th leader of the day, and we've only completed 23 laps. Earnhardt, we understand, may be coming into the pits. He has a tire going down, or at least he believes he does. Indeed, he drops to the left and comes in for the pit stop. Now, we talked about these cut tires, and this may be the first of the afternoon. Let's go to Jerry Punch as Dale rolls in.
They were hoping they could avoid this kind of problem, but Earnhardt, the first victim possibly of a cut tire. He said the car was getting looser and looser. They will come in and change all 4 tires. A lot of drivers complaining of their cars being a little bit loose because of the vast temperature change from yesterday and today. They have changed the right side tires. David Smith runs around, drops the jack beneath the car. They put second can of fuel in. The left front and left rear tires being rolled away. Put the lug nuts back on. They have totally fueled it. Drop it on the jack, and he is away. Great pit stop under green. An unscheduled stop for possibly a cut tire.
But he should be able to get back out on the track and stay in the lead lap.
This larger race track, 2.5 miles, and it's taking the drivers almost a minute to get around, and so you can make even a 4-tire change and get out without losing a lap.
You just don't know how lucky Dale Earnhardt is today, because his crew left Charlotte this morning, had a problem with the airplane, had to stop, get another airplane and bring the crew up here. At 11 o'clock, his crew was still not here.
Cutting it close. So Earnhardt stays on the lead lap, but he's got a lot of racetrack to make up after having come in for a change of tires. Meanwhile, back up front, it is still Jeff Bodine leading Greg Sachs. The green lap average 150.250. The last lap turned at that speed.
They slowed down considerably before they qualified. Qualifying speed 158, but under racing conditions, this is normal.
So that means they're running just a little under a minute. 60 seconds flat would be 150 miles an hour around this track.
Gant running in third position. Let's go back and show you how Jeff Bodine got the lead from Greg Sachs 2-3 laps ago.
The flat corner, the slowest corner on the racetrack, about 100 miles an hour. We see Sachs' car a little bit loose. Jeff Bodine turns under him, gets positioned down the front straightaway, drives in turn one on the inside.
And right at the start-finish line, he was able to edge ahead of Greg Sachs and had the advantage clearly as they went into turn number 1. So it's Bodine, Sachs, and Harry Gant running first, second, and third. Boy, when you come off that third turn and look down this long straightaway, it's like it never ends, right?
Yes, and you're only running about 100. There's the... Who is that fella?
That's Derek Coe.
Thank you very much. Derek Coe going by Bill Elliott. That brain fade there for a moment.
He moves into 10th position. Derek Coe passing Bill Elliott and moving to 10th. And look who's back there in car number 7. And right in the thick of things, that's Alan Kowicki, who had a great run here 5 weeks ago at Pocono. Meanwhile, as they come down this long straightaway again, it's still single file formation. Bodine and Sachs and Gant.
Now, Gant was pretty far behind them when he moved into third place. He has caught them, has made no attempt so far to try to pass Greg Sachs. Just sort of sitting along, riding along there, see what they're doing. We understand that he wants a little bit of an adjustment on that car when they do make a pit stop, so he's content, I guess, to ride in third position.
We are yellow for some reason. The yellow flag coming out. Michael Waltrip, we understand, rolling very slowly off of turn number 3 coming in. John Kernan can tell us what's going on.
Bob, they've got a flat tire on the country time track in California. Michael is very slow coming in. At least that's where we get here in the business, what they're expecting is a flat tire. But now his motor has cut off, apparently. We're not sure what the problem is there. He's rolling very, very, very slowly into the pits. And that's something they're going to have to take care of the flat tire and also check out why the motor is shut off. And Michael is unstrapping the belt, it looks like.
It looked like the right rear on the car was flat.
Because we can see the damage to the right rear quarter panel. Around there at Maxwell, there is damage to the quarter panel. They're looking under the car to see what's happening, and the hood goes up at the same time.
So Michael Waltrip with some major problems here on the 28th lap of this race.
I would say he probably has lost an engine. One of the pieces of the engine came back and cut the tire.
Could that be some of the engine parts there on the track?
Yes, it could, sir. Also part of the sheet metal on the right rear.
Let's go back down to John for an update.
The problem is with the battery, Bob. I'm told that the battery is broken, so they're going to have to put in a new one. And you see the crewman carrying it over to the right side of the car where they will install a new battery so they can get the car fired up again. But they're losing a lot of valuable time here on pit road.
We are under caution, so the race is at reduced speed. But yes, they are losing valuable time in the pits. His best finish of the year, Michael Waltrip's, was at the World 600, the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte. He was 4th. He was 19th here at Pocono last month.
But yet his best finish ever was a second here a couple of years ago at Pocono, and this is a break for Dale Earnhardt, who had made that unscheduled pit stop, stayed in the lead lap, so now he will come around, and I expect we'll see most of the cars come into the pits now.
He is in 30th position. Dale Earnhardt is, as the field comes off of the third corner, and we watch to see how many come in for pit stops.
But Dale Earnhardt will not pit,
right.
So he probably will go from 30th to 1st.
Kyle Petty, we're going to eavesdrop on conversation between him and his crew, Gary Nelson.
Getting close, right past the 5.
Come back on, break it loose by hand. I'll come back in. Obviously, Kyle not happy. He's going to have to come back into the pits again. I guess a lug problem is going to force him to come in next time around. Again, we're eavesdropping on radio conversation between Kyle and members of his crew headed by Gary Nelson. Break it loose by hand. Make sure you get it off. Make sure. Just take your time. We're going to be at the back of the pack anyhow. Just make sure you get it off.
He said get a 6-point socket. What they've done, they've rounded off one of the lug nuts. They use 12-point sockets because they're faster. But they've rounded one of the lug nuts off. Now they have to go in and get a 6-point socket, something that will really grip the lug nut tight to get it loose.
Get it off.
So Kyle pretty calm there.
Still take the left sides off. Once we get the lug nuts off on the other side, I'm going to go over and let you know when the lug nuts are off.
All loose by hand first. Be calm. As long as you get them off, it don't matter how long, as long as we don't lose a lap, it's going to be at the back anyhow. They give you one to go this time around. A lot of warning to Kyle just to take it easy and don't get all upset about this extra pit stop. Be calm. To go. He's not coming in. The field being told that they will be getting the green flag very, very soon, and we'll get a resumption of racing here at Pocono International Raceway in the AC Spark Plug 500. Back in a moment. Go. The demand from Gary Nelson to Kyle Petty, go, green on lap number 32. Now, what we heard before we went to commercial was bleed through from another crew. It was not what they were telling Kyle Petty. He has no problems with that car. We thought he rounded off a lug nut on that pit stop, but that is not the case. All is well with Kyle Petty, and he is back under speed, as is the rest of the field.
Now, we think it might have been Alan Kowicki because he did come back in, so Alan is back near the end of the pack.
And Kyle is making a 3 wide going into the tunnel turn. Jim Sauter in 71. Let's get an update on the Alan Kowicki situation from the pit area.
That was Alan Kowicki, Bob. They had a right rear lug nut that got rounded off. They were trying to take the tire off. They had to put the tire back on and put Kowicki back on the racetrack. They brought him back in while we were in commercial a minute ago and changed the right rear tire. That's the problem a lot of the crews have, is that when they listen to their drivers down here, because of the proximity of all their radio repeaters, they get bleed through on their radio channels. Some drivers will want to pit and think they're being told to come in and pit. There's actually another crew chief talking to his other drivers. So sometimes they have some communication problems here in the pit.
It's a little confusing for them and certainly confusing for us, but the bottom line is that Kowicki was the one we were listening to, and all is well with Kyle Petty. The leader of the race is Dale Earnhardt in car number 3, and running second is Jeff Bodine. Now that third car there in line is Jimmy Horton in number 17, substituting for Darrell Waltrip, and he is not on the lead lap. Here comes Mark Martin in car number 6, running third in the race and fourth in line.
And as Denny pointed out, Dale Earnhardt would probably not pit. Everybody else did.
Yep.
Sure enough, he went from 30th to 1st.
And he gets 5 extra points.
There is Michael Waltrip. He had some problems. Apparently, they've got them fixed in the pit area. Is that right, John?
Yeah, Bob, they do have it fixed. You can see the tire right here. It completely came apart. The inner liner doing its job. You know, what happened is when the tire blew on that right rear, it went up and it knocked the inner fender off. And you can see the damage it did there. And as it knocked that, debris came off of that and hit the battery and broke the battery. So they've had to go back in and replace the battery. And Michael is now out, but he's several laps down.
All right, we see Jeff Bodine taking the lead away from Dale Earnhardt. So when a tire blows, it just isn't the tire that suffers, but could be other parts of the car. Here is Dale Earnhardt, making a challenge on Jeff Bodine for the lead as they go wheel to wheel and side by side into the tunnel turn. And Dale Earnhardt goes back into the lead, and here comes Jimmy Horton to also pass Jeff Bodine. Horton is 2 laps down. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Dale Earnhardt's unscheduled stop a minute ago was for a proposed tire going flat. They found no tires going flat on the car. The cars, all 4 looked okay, according to Richard Childress. Apparently, the car has gotten very, very loose. Earnhardt having trouble driving the car now. That's why he's having trouble in the corners, and that Jeff Bodine and some of the other drivers have been able to reel him in. They're going to try to work on the car throughout the afternoon and tighten the car up. Right now, it's an awfully ill-handling machine for Dale Earnhardt.
And for Jimmy Horton in car number 17, I correct myself. He is only 1 lap down and trying desperately to get it back as Kyle Petty drops to the low side of the racetrack and moves to the very inside of the racetrack. Below Hut Strickland.
He and Harry Gant hooked up together in a draft down the long straightaway at rates of 180 miles an hour and was able to pick up a position.
Schrader in car number 25 running ahead of Kyle Petty. And Jimmy Horton continues to hang on, although he would like very much to get around Dale Earnhardt and get his lap back. There is the 94 car of Sterling Marlin running alongside Ricky Rudd in the 3rd turn. Meanwhile, look at this great battle up front. Here comes Bodine once again. Mark Martin is right there, and so is Greg Sachs on the extreme right of your screen. Sachs way down low on the racetrack. Let's see how they shake out going into turn 1.
Now, he's been in one of those 3-wide situations before, but this time he went in there single file.
Well, you got to take your hat off to Jimmy Horton, who yesterday, if you were watching our live ARCA telecast here, know that he won his 5th consecutive super speedway race.
What a race. 5 in a row. That is, I don't care where you're talking, what you're doing. Winning 5 in a row is tough.
He's doing a good job of staying up front there. He was almost in position to get back in the lead lap, but couldn't quite get by Earnhardt before Jeff Bodine moved back around him, and then, of course, the train goes by then.
And the 10 cars on the inside of now, that's Derek Cope.
And here comes Michael Waltrip.
Michael is 2 laps down.
Bodine tucked right on the back bumper of that number 3 car.
Here's another 3-wide situation. Kenny Schrader down on the inside of Rusty Wallace. Let's see who's going to give. Jimmy Horton backed off.
We're watching from Kyle Petty's perspective, and that's Rusty Wallace on the right and Schrader on the left as Petty tries to get inside of Rusty. Ooh, they're close.
Yes, they were very, very close.
He's still trying to get position to go in turn 2. I think he has it. And he does.
Petty picks up another spot, passing Rusty Wallace, and there is Ernie Irvin in the number 4 car. He's running very, very strong here. He and Jimmy Horton running side by side. Well, the uniqueness of Pocono International Raceway described by Ernie Irvin. We asked him to take us on a lap around Pocono.
Well, I tell you, we go down this real long front straightaway, and, we can see up to 4 or 5 cars wide. And it goes down into a big, you're looking straight at a wall when you get down into turn 1. But you can get through turn 1 pretty good. You brake real hard, just like a road course. You get turned left, and you're flat-footed all the way off there. And you're running at kind of an angle. You're not going straight down a back straightaway. You're running at an angle towards the tunnel turn. The tunnel turn is probably the trickiest turn we run. You got to really set up just right for that corner. And, if you miss the group by half a lane, you got to really get off and really just pray you make it through there without hitting something. So it's a real treacherous corner there. And you get off that corner and you go into the real flat turn 3. And man, it's real bumpy getting in there. And it's the flattest corner we go through here. And you got to get in there just right with the left side tires right in the dirt. It seems like the left side's hooked the edge of the pavement. It kind of holds you into the corner. So you try to get in there and hold that. And you got to get on the throttle real early to make that straightaway even longer. And then you work back on towards the front straightaway again.
Timed out just perfectly. Ernie Irvin doing well, but up front we have a new leader. Greg Sachs has taken back command of this race, and here's a replay of how Greg did it.
Boy, this was something, this pass down the front straightaway. Watch as Bodine is going the inside of Earnhardt. Greg Sachs goes all the way down, almost to the inside guardrail to make it 3 abreast, and he comes out in front.
He had a racetrack of his own down there. Nobody else down there.
So Greg Sachs goes back into the lead as Dale Earnhardt second and Jeff Bodine third. Except now Bodine has taken the spot away from Dale Earnhardt. There is Earnhardt running back with Derek Cope and Kyle Petty.
Yeah, he's dropping back. Of course, his tires have more laps on them, a few more laps than the others. That could make a difference.
And remember, he pitted just a few laps ago thinking he had a flat tire, but in fact his car was very, very loose. So that means that they probably have some more adjusting to do to get that car perfect today.
And you know, when Ernie Irvan was describing a lap around this racetrack, he mentioned a term that I think I first heard from Benny Parsons a few years ago when you described this 2.5-mile super speedway as almost like a road course.
It is. It's like a road course with all left-hand corners, and you don't, well, I started to say you don't shift, but that's not right either.
Kyle Petty inside of Dale Earnhardt.
Once again, Earnhardt's car not handling well enough. He's not able to keep the car on the bottom. Next in turn one, he moved up the racetrack. Kyle Petty took the spot away.
The lead held by Greg Sachs in car number 18. In second position is Jeff Bodine. We're live at Pocono International Raceway, and we'll be right back.
ESPN Home Video presents Bill Elliott Racing into History, the only video that shows you why this man became a racer and how he became a champion. Hosted by ESPN's Benny Parsons, you'll feel the excitement of driving with Bill as he wins NASCAR's biggest prize, the Winston Million. Order your copy for only $19.95. Call 1-800-533-1800. Racing into History lets you enjoy the excitement of driving with Bill again and again. Call today, 1-800-533-1800.
Is she taking medication? No.
I'm getting a line going.
Stand back.
The emergency medical services. Aren't you glad they're there? A public service message from Quantum Chemical Corporation.
Bob Jenkins, Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett, John Kernan, to Dr. Jerry Punch back at Pocono, where a great three-car battle for the lead continues. Jeff Bodine and Greg Sachs have been swapping the lead all afternoon. Let's see who has the lead as they go wheel to wheel into turn number one. It would appear as if Bodine is going to take the lead back from Greg Sachs, and he does.
He was a little more accommodating this time. This time he waited till we came back from commercial to take the lead.
That's Mark Martin right there in third position and looking to the inside of Greg Sachs, trying to take over the second spot. So Mark Martin, who dropped back at the start of the race, is now fighting his way back up toward the front.
That's Mike Potter on the inside, the green, yellow, red car, number 74, being lapped by the leaders.
And the number 10 car of Derek Cope and the 42 of Kyle Petty are trailing. And here's a battle for position as Petty goes inside of Cope and takes fourth.
That was using Mike Potter, the slow car. He was going in the tunnel corner. Derek Cope had to back off a little bit. Kyle Petty got a run coming off the corner, took the spot away.
31 cars are still running on the lead lap at the end of 41 circuits. And now Bodine putting a couple of car lengths between himself and Greg Sachs and Mark Martin. As the fourth place car of Kyle Petty and fifth place of Derek Cope closing in. Here is the in-car shot of how he indeed used the slow car of Potter and moved to the inside of Cope.
Oh, wasn't that classic? Derek Cope had to back off with the slower car, and Kyle knew that. Got his speed up, momentum, drove well.
Kyle's car is fast here today.
Yes, it is. The car is very good. There's lots of good race cars. To say that Jeff Bodine has this thing wrapped up for anyone right now would be a little far-fetched because there's an awfully good amount of race cars.
We're just past 100 miles. We're working the 43rd lap right now. 40 laps makes 100 miles here.
Only one caution, or two cautions, but only one accident so far. That was Dick Johnson down in turn number 2. He's okay. Here comes Davey Allison in car number 28, and behind him, Dale Earnhardt, then Harry Gant, Rusty Wallace, Michael Waltrip, Ernie Irvan, and Ken Schrader.
Looks to me like Bill Elliott and the rest of the field. Won't you say just the rest of the field?
Sterling Marlin right behind them.
Davey Allison running in 8th position. There's Harry Gant.
Trying to get by Dale Earnhardt. Rusty Wallace was trying to pass him on the outside. Ooh.
Gant lost some on that pit stop exchange when everybody came into the pits because he was running in 3rd position before they came into the pits, and now he's running back in the 7th position.
Here goes Rusty trying to get by him. Ooh, Harry, don't come down. Oh, he didn't. Thought he's going to turn left now. He's in a lot of trouble.
As they come out of the 3rd turner, turn and come down the straightaway. It's Rusty Wallace running right ahead of Harry Gant.
You know, it's too bad Michael Waltrip had his problem, because he is able to run right with those front-running cars.
Don't forget, you can win a brand new Pontiac Grand Prix later this afternoon if you know who's leading at the halfway point. Dial 1-900-246-0101. It'll cost you 95 cents to register, but if you are called back after the halfway point and you know who is leading at the halfway point, you will win a Pontiac Grand Prix. 1-900-246-0101 to register. Gant taking the spot back from Rusty.
He took past Rusty back. Rusty had the lead for 3/4 of a lap, or had that position for 3/4 of a lap, I should say. This is not for the lead.
It is for the 8th and 9th positions.
And we're inside Ernie Irvin's car now, as that is Wallace and Gant just ahead.
I think I said a moment ago that Gant was running in 7th position, but he wasn't quite that far up.
Give you a full field rundown here at the end of 40 laps, as we are now in the 45th lap and approaching the 1/4 mark of this event.
Ernie Irvin takes a look on the bottom side of Rusty, not able to make the pass. And Ernie moved up the racetrack because of that move and lost what you can see, 4 or 5 car lengths, just because he did not make a good corner down in turn 1.
Richard Petty running back in 22nd spot, and Alan Kulwicki in 23rd.
Alan is moving up through the field because he was absolutely at the tail end. He made a late pit stop just before the green was coming out, so he is coming back up through the field.
So up front, it is Jeff Bodine leading this race at the moment, with Greg Sachs running in 2nd and Mark Martin in 3rd position. We'll be back with more from Pocono in a moment.
Defending champion Michael Andretti and Danny Sullivan test their skills on a gripping road course. They headline the field at the $1 Million Toronto Indy, Sunday at midnight Eastern on ESPN.
Welcome back to Pocono International Raceway for the AC Sparkplug Winston Cup 500. And tonight at 8 o'clock, baseball tonight features the Boston Red Sox against the Kansas City Royals. That's at 8 o'clock Eastern Time tonight on ESPN. And then later at midnight, we'll have same-day delayed coverage of the IndyCar race, which is being run in Toronto this afternoon. So you can see all of that event at midnight tonight Eastern Time here on ESPN. It's still Greg Sachs leading Mark Martin for 2nd position. The leader of the race is Jeff Bodine.
See the car right in front of Jeff Bodine? That's Rick Wilson's Denverville Oldsmobile. I think I see what was wrong with Bobby Hillen's rear bumper, because the front end is messed up on his car, Pat.
Could be a handling problem. Let's get more on that situation from Jerry Punch.
A big guessing game in the garage area this morning, gentlemen, because yesterday when they had the final practice session, it was overcast and about 15 degrees cooler here at Pocono than it is right now. And also, late in the day, there was a lot of humidity, and of course it began to rain if you watched our ARCA coverage yesterday afternoon. This morning, being so warm with such clear skies, a lot of crews opted to go ahead and change the gearing in the car and also change springs and shocks. I went by 2 or 3 different cars, and they were going to change everything, hoping to tighten the car down. Other crews opted not to change suspensions. You take a look and see how the suspension works here on the racetrack underneath the Kyle Petty car. Some of those said, I said, what are you set up for? They said, well, we're set up for about 2 o'clock. They're hoping it's going to get overcast and possibly clouds will move in about 2 or 2:30. Then they'll be just fine. So maybe they guessed right.
Well, we said there was a 30% chance of rain, and as the afternoon goes along, the chance of rain does increase. But I don't know. I think maybe we may be able to get this entire 500-miler finished here this afternoon. A little bit of handling problem noticed here in this last lap. Look at Earnhardt.
Boy, he is really loose.
He's dirt tracked it off turn 3.
He really has. He was lucky to hold on to that thing.
And losing spots right and left.
He sure is. There's Bill Elliott at number 9 and Brett Bodine at number 26.
Wow.
Boy, now that had to be close over there. Earnhardt came down, and Brett Bodine wisely backed up just a little bit.
Boy, he had to hold his breath on that one. Brett Bodine must have. He'll try to take that position away perhaps when they get on the long straightaway here. Looking back from Bodine's car to Ken Schrader in car number 25. Here and get in and out of the throttle.
Of course, that's Brett Bodine's car we're looking out of. Jeff Bodine is leading the race.
I tell you, the way Brett's running today, we might have a Bodine run for the finish, first and second. Well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Richard Childress, perhaps can explain this, what appears to be a handling problem for Dale.
Well, indeed, Bob, you had an unscheduled pit stop, RC, and the car was loose. Now it seems to be even worse. I mean, what can you do to fix it?
Well, we're going to try to make some adjustments. We just kind of missed the setup on this one, it looks like, but I think we can adjust it out and get the car back where it'll be competitive before the day's over.
Apparently, Dale's got his hands full right now.
Yeah, the car is just super loose, you know, and we're going to just do everything we can to try to help him out as soon as we can.
Well, they were one of the crews that's praying for those clouds and overcast because their car was running flawlessly yesterday afternoon when it was considerably cooler and overcast here at Pocono.
Super loose is a good explanation because that car is just all over the place.
And drivers less than Dale Earnhardt would have a tough time keeping it up there as far as he's keeping it.
Right now, he is in 12th position, Dale Earnhardt is, and Brett Bodine, who we are riding with right now, is in 13th.
Henry Schrader 14th, Ricky Rudd back there in 15th place. He was the yellow car on your screen, on the right side of your screen at the moment. You can see Earnhardt's car moving around. Of course, they all move around to some degree, but his is moving around a little bit more than the others. Now let's watch him go into the turn. See if it washes out on him a little bit. Looks like the back end hanging out just a little bit.
You can see Bodine, yeah, he got a little squirrely coming off the corner again. You can see Bodine really move in the corners where Dale is having the problem when they got on the straightaway, and Earnhardt stands on the gas. He puts a little distance between himself and Brett.
I would say aerodynamics has a lot to do with that. I would say the Chevrolet nose is probably a little bit better aerodynamic than the Buick of Brett Bodine.
Up front, meanwhile, it is still Jeff Bodine leading by 6 or 8 or 10 car lengths over Greg Sachs. Mark Martin continues to run in 3rd position, and Kyle Petty is in 4th.
And Davey Allison has taken over the 5th spot.
No, I beg your pardon. Kyle Petty has gone to 3rd position as he has gotten around Mark Martin. And we will widen out now and show you the distance between Mark Martin and, there he is, Davey Allison.
He just might be the fastest car on the speedway now. And we got to give a call to Jake Elder. In Daytona during the Pepsi 400, we said Jake Elder was going to work for Terry Labonte. Wrong. He went to work for Davey Allison.
The suitcase wasn't packed long for that crew. He moved over to Allison right away.
Never got it unlocked.
And Kyle Petty, boy, what a run he is having here this afternoon. In 3rd position at the moment. He started in 14th. By the 10th lap, he was in 10th, moved up to 9th at the end of 20 laps, back to 12th at the end of 30, but in the last 22 laps, he has really come on and moved all the way up to 3rd position. Let's go to Jerry for a comment on Jake Elder.
There's a big pool in the garage area as to how long Jake will stay where he is right now, and they were kidding him earlier. I asked Jake, I said, hey, how long are you going to be here? He said, well, my contract says the 15th. I said, the 15th of what? He said, well, I'm not really sure. He said, I'm not sure whether it's this month or next month or something like late in the year. Or I said, in other words, the 15th of the month or one Samsonite, whichever comes first. He said, you got it.
Suitcase Jake, never staying very long in one position. And there's the car that he is working on here this weekend, driven by Davey Allison. We'll be back in just a moment. Exciting Winston Cup racing from Pocono International Raceway here this afternoon. There's your leader, Jeff Bodine, in car number 11. And there is Dale Earnhardt, who continues to fall back. He's back now to 13th position. And the reason is because he's having a handling problem in that car. And here is a perfect example of it.
Turn 3, the flat corner before the long straightaway. Everything looks perfect. What? Wrong.
It wasn't perfect that time. Boy, he almost lost it again, but he brought her back in, still out there hanging on.
And Kyle Petty is the man on the move. He has really closed in now on Greg Sachs and threatens to take over the second position. I think it's a toss-up now as to who is the fastest on the track. Is it Kyle Petty at number 42, or is it Davey Allison, who is also running very strong at this point?
Yes, earlier I was talking Jeff Bodine. He was running about 59.93 to 95 seconds, just a little bit under a minute around this track. Davey Allison running about 59.60. He was running about 0.3 of a second faster than Jeff Bodine. Kyle apparently is running at equal speed to Davey Allison.
Kyle Petty behind Greg Sachs in third position. And there goes Davey Allison past Mark Martin, and he has fourth.
Man, he made that so easy. Kyle Petty's trying to get by Sachs. Can he make it?
Let's see what happens. They're at the end of Long Pond Stretch. And yes, Kyle Petty is going to go to second position. Here they come off of corner number 3 now.
So there's Ford out front, Pontiac in second now, Chevrolet in third, and another Ford in fourth.
We'll widen out here to show you how much of an advantage Jeff Bodine has on second place as he comes out of corner number 3. So Bodine right now with a rather comfortable lead, but I would venture to guess that Kyle will be closing in very soon.
But you see, Jeff has had clean racetrack. He hasn't had to pass anyone. Kyle Petty, Davey Allison have worked their way through all these cars. I don't know, what, 6 or 8 cars to get where they are. Once they get clean racetrack, I wouldn't be surprised if they aren't going to give Jeff Bodine a little bit more than he wants.
Davey Allison and Mark Martin, 4th and 5th.
Alan Kowicki coming into the pits, an unscheduled pit stop for Kowicki.
58 laps have been completed. We're under green. We've only been interrupted twice by yellow, and there is Alan Kowicki and Jerry Punch right there.
An unscheduled stop for Kowicki, as you said, that he has a vibration in the car. And last month, Kowicki was leading here and cut a rear tire over in turn 2. He got the car almost upside down and nearly cut the front of the car off, hitting the wall real hard. Didn't want to take any chances today with the tire vibrating over there. They came in, and they are changing all 4 tires. They have trouble now with the left rear tire. They have trouble getting it off and get it back on. They've already had one problem with the hung nut on the right rear on the first pit stop for today. He is down and away.
But he lost a lap.
He did lose a lap. On that pit stop, he was running about 20 seconds behind Jeff Bodine when he came into the pits.
And look at Derek Cope as he closes in on Mark Martin. And Dale Earnhardt is making a pit stop. Earnhardt is coming in also, and they're going to try to correct that handling problem. Here's Jerry again.
This would be a scheduled stop. Earnhardt had pitted on lap 26. That was 30 laps ago, or about 75 miles. They don't want to risk the fuel mileage too much early on here, but plus he was dropping back and losing a lot of valuable time. They will make a 4-tire change. They're going to make a major adjustment in the stagger net, which you and Benny Parsons can discuss up there, and what they're doing to try to tighten the car up. They have also jacked some weight in the rear of the car. Childers himself doing that. 21.5 seconds, he is down and away.
Now, they did a lot of work in 21 and a half seconds. Not only changed 4 tires, gave him 20 gallons of gasoline or whatever he would hold, and then made an chassis adjustment on each rear spring. Boy.
Let's see. He's very close to going a lap down, but he is out ahead of the leader. And Harry Gant in car number 33 is going to be headed for pit road. He is coming in. John Kernan is in Harry Gant's pit.
Harry radioed in, the car is pushing really bad, so they're going to go around to the right side, change tires, and it will be a 4-tire change. We'd anticipated a chassis adjustment, but they're going to try to make the adjustment on the tire stagger with the new change of tires. They're hoping that will cure the problem. So Gant is still sitting in the pits. The left sides are going on right now. Gant waiting in the car patiently now. Finally, 2 minutes away.
4-tire change for Harry Gant. Let's see if he loses a lap. He's picking up speed coming out onto the speedway.
He shouldn't lose a lap, Bob, because he was much further up in the field than Dale Earnhardt. And Earnhardt is still in the lead lap, but just barely ahead of Jeff Bodine. We would have thought with those 4 new tires that he has on that he should be able to maybe pull away from Jeff Bodine, but we'll see.
Now watch this. One of Harry Gant's crew trying to help out and lean and roll the tire in. He's still got a tire foot on the wall. See, he didn't go across the wall, that did he?
Right.
No.
Had he, of course, it would have been a violation of NASCAR rules, but he didn't officially go across the wall. Jerry Punch reports on Ken Schrader's pit stop.
We've seen everyone else take on 4 tires. I think their plan here is to take 2 only to try to get some track position. They will change only right side tires on the Kodiak Chevrolet. They have made a chassis adjustment in the left rear of the car to try to tighten the car up a little bit. Right side tires are on. You hear him revving the car up off the Jackson. He is away.
2 tire change for Ken Schrader. He roars back into competition.
So we'll see others coming in here before too long, too, as we go back to Jeff Bodine, who is leading the race and still has not passed Dale Earnhardt. So Earnhardt's still in the lead lap, but Kyle Petty is gaining to him, and Mark Martin is coming in the pits.
Mark Martin headed to pit road. Remember, with this high gear in 3 and 4, they're going to have trouble trying to get him out of the pits. We'll keep an eye and see if the crew has to push him. They will change all 4 tires on the Folgers Ford, our pole sitter here at Pocono Raceway. They were trying to get this car dialed in, trying to get a little bit tighter. They have changed the right side tires, 1 can of fuel in. They are really jacking some weight in the left rear of the car, having trouble getting the jack beneath the car. Now they finally get the jack underneath it. They had the left rear tire off, the new one being put on. Steve Milner, he's really revving the clutch, and he smokes it, but he gets it all the way, 23.9 seconds.
Well, I thought it was going to be much slower than Dale Earnhardt's as Ricky Rudd comes out of the pits after having made a stop, and it only ended up being a little more than 2 seconds slower than Earnhardt's. So not that bad.
Ricky Rudd was running in 14th position before he came into the pits.
And here again comes the leader, Jeff Bodine, car number 11. Dale Earnhardt, the last car on the lead lap, number 3. And there is Kyle Petty, the second-place car, followed by Ken Schrader. Or rather, Greg Sachs. Here's Rusty Wallace coming in for a stop, and Jerry Punch is there.
Defending Winston Cup champion, Rusty Wallace. Now, he remembers that last year he led the most laps here in both races, but did not win either one of them. Today, a little bit different strategy. They're going to try to conserve the car and stay on the lead lap. They have not been a factor early on. They hold up 2 fingers. Barry Dawson and the crew will change only the right side tires. Fueled up, Rusty very calm and punches the car. He is down to 13.4. Great stop here for the Miller crew.
And pit road suddenly becomes very busy. Morgan Shepherd is in, so is Bobby Hillen and Hutch Strickland as Rusty comes back out onto the racetrack. We're again looking for the leader. And here he comes down the straightaway, still running behind Dale Earnhardt. So Jeff Bodine in number 11 hangs on to the lead, but he'll be needing a pit stop before long. He leads right now the AC Spark Plug 500 from Pocono. We're back at Pocono where Jeff Bodine continues to lead and gives no indication of coming in for a pit stop. Now, Greg Sachs has come in, Rusty Wallace has come in, several others have been on pit road just in the last few laps, but here comes Davey Allison in. He was running in 2nd position. Now he comes in for his 2nd regularly scheduled pit stop.
Kyle Petty had already made his pit stop as they go to work on the number 28 Haviland Ford.
So Jeff Bodine remains the only one in the top 5 now who has not come in for a pit stop. And there is Sterling Marlin, who is unable to slide into his pit position.
Wow, how is Davey going to get out of his pit?
Well, I think he's far enough back. The camera angle there, Benny, has got us a little fooled. He had room there to get behind Bill Elliott now coming into the pits.
And Dick Trickle, number 66, had to slam on the brakes to avoid Davey Allison pulling out, but Trickle got into his pit, and now they go to work on it, changing rubber on the right side. Allison
just 2 tires on, and here comes our leader, Jeff Bodine.
Bodine, the leader, is pit bound. The Budweiser crew standing by, ready to go.
Jeff Bodine pulls it in. We're expecting a right side tire change only. We've seen several teams go with 4 tires. Budweiser crew decided the car's running so well, they're not going to change the left side. They're just going to go with the outside. Fuel going in, the last stop going in. It is now fuel. Jeff is down and away. 11.9 seconds is smoking pit stop.
Boy, it was a smoking pit stop. I tell you, when you get that kind of service and run the way that car is running out on the racetrack, it makes it awfully tough to beat. And the king, Richard Petty, coming in for his pit stop. And, you know, he had just taken the lead when Jeff Bodine came in.
He was running in 20th position, took the lead. Now he's into the pit stop.
Dale Lippman and the crew now will go to work on the SGT Pontiac. From the lead, he comes down pit road. They will get service on that car. They will change right side tires. They are cleaning the windshield, fuel the car. Routine stop now under green, trying to get all the lug nuts back on. They have the jack down. They're holding the jack one last moment to get the car nice and full of fuel. He is down off the jack and away.
Petty gains speed as Jimmy Horton brings the 17 car, normally driven by Darrell Waltrip, into the pit. And Kyle Petty, the son of Richard Petty, finds himself in the lead here of this race, now with pit stops completed and 67 laps in the books. Boy, the pits became very, very congested. Now that's Sterling Marlin there in the Sunoco car, and look at Davey Allison.
Yeah, he's coming out of the pits, but watch. Two more cars are coming in. Terry Labonte and Dick Trickle try to get into their pit, and they squeeze between Davey Allison.
So everybody in good shape after this second round of pit stops, and Kyle Petty is Jeff Bodine on a recheck is still the leader. Jeff Bodine is still the leader, and Kyle Petty finds himself in second position. We'll be back with more right after this.
ESPN Home Video and Quaker State Motor Oil present Racing Tough, the new video that lets you answer the question, do you know what it takes to be a winner? Benny Parsons and Brett Bodine take you on auto racing's toughest video road test, challenging your knowledge of what drivers, builders, and crews do to get the most from their cars. It's a great way to find out how much you know about racing, and a fun way to learn things you never imagined racers do for speed. Order Racing Tough for only $19.95 by calling 1-800-472-1700. And if you buy 12 quarts of Quaker State Motor Oil or get a Quaker State oil change, you can save $5 when you buy Racing Tough. So call 1-800-472-1700 today to order your copy of Racing Tough and learn how you can save $5. Racing Tough, the toughest road test you'll ever take.
Baseball. 4 nights a week. Under the lights, ESPN baseball tonight. Tuesday, Friday, doubleheader. Wednesday, it's nothing better. Catch it Sunday, watch the fun. Sunday night, our home run.
The Red Sox face the Royals on Sunday Night Baseball, live at 8 Eastern on ESPN.
Baseball tonight.
From the 2.5-mile Tri-Oval Super Speedway, Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania, you're watching live coverage of the AC Sparkplug 500 Winston Cup race. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? By Purolator, the world's largest filter company. And by Budweiser, Beechwood Age for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you. 70 laps have been completed, and Jeff Bodine in the Budweiser Ford leads this race, and we'll check the Big A Auto Parts pit stop performance on Jeff on his most recent pit stop. It took him 19.2 seconds to slow down and speed up. It took the crew 12.6 seconds to do their job, and that totaled 31.8. Now, let us compare that to the second-place car of Kyle Petty. Here he comes. You can see the difference between the two. It took him 19.6, the crew 14.5, for a total of 34.1, so about a 3-second difference there in the pit stops, and that's just about what there is on the racetrack.
The crew was 2 seconds difference, and the driver, I think, was 1 second difference. So obviously, he lost 3 seconds, and you're right. If he could have picked up 3 seconds, he would have been the leader.
There's Kyle in second position in the Pete Pontiac, car number 42. Greg Sachs is running third. Davey Allison, make that Rusty Wallace's fourth, and Davey Allison is fifth. With Mark Martin running sixth, then Derek Cope, Harry Gant, Ken Schrader, and Ernie Irvin. Those are the top 10 at the end of 71 laps. And Jeff Bodine coming down the straightaway, about to put a lap on the number 22 car, driven by Rick Mast.
Got a sponsor on Rick Mast's car, Plasticoat. And this is the first race out for this team, so we'll see.
We'll freeze our camera here, and we will allow you to look for your favorite driver and get an indication of where he is in relationship to the leader. We've started the clock as the leader came through, and you can see how much interval there is between your favorite driver and the leader. There are 26 cars on the lead lap now. Jeff has passed Rick Mast in car number 22, and so 26 cars remain on the lead lap. There is Irvin, Rudd,
Bill Elliott. And they're over a lap behind Jeff Bodine. There's Earnhardt.
Morgan Shepherd, the fellow who was second in the Winston Cup point standings, going into Daytona.
The leader coming off of corner number 3 now, headed down the straightaway. There's Jimmy Means, Dale Jarrett, Alan Kulwicki. Here comes Brett Bodine, and it's a 59.5-second lap. And there is the leader, Jeff Bodine. 59.5-second lap. That's about 151.2 for an average.
Now that's faster than he was running before he made his pit stop. Of course, the new tires on the right side will pick the speed up.
Let's go to John Curtin with a comment on Jeff Bodine.
Well, Bob, we've been talking about how some of these teams have speculated about the weather changing shock springs, this whole setup on the car, trying to outguess the weatherman. Well, what the Budweiser crew did, the car ran well here in June. Today's weather is similar. They came and pulled it off the truck and have not touched the suspension. They've left it the same in anticipation that today the weather would be the same as it was in June when they ran third. Only they're hoping to do a couple of spots better today and come home in first place.
Well, what they did is definitely working, because he has the advantage at this point and is at the moment not being threatened by second place Kyle Petty. Jeff Bodine from Chemung, New York, not too far from here, is the leader of this race. Again, a reminder about the right guard halfway challenge. If you know the driver leading at the halfway point and you call this number, 1-900-246-0101, and register, it'll cost you 95 cents. But if the people at right guard call you back and you know who leads at the halfway point, you will win a Pontiac Grand Prix. And we're about 26 laps away from the halfway point of the AC Sparkplug 500.
The Ford Thunderbird. A perfect car for a nice Sunday drive.
You know, summer heat can wreak havoc on house paint, so choose Weather Beater.
Come to Sears Summer National Paint Sale. We've reduced our Weather Beater flat finish paint to just $11.76.
So see you at Sears.
Sale ends July 28th. Hurry.
When this is the feeling of shaving, nothing feels better after. Aftershave Skin Conditioner.
Winston Cup replays are brought to you by Purolator, the world's largest filter company. The 1989 AC Sparkplug 500 was led into turn number 1 by the Rick Hendrick Luminous of Ken Schrader and Jeff Bodine. The early racing found drivers going 4 wide down the front stretch. Bodine and Rusty Wallace battled, with Jeff sweeping into the lead on lap number 30. 15 circuits later, and Sterling Marlin erupted an engine. An oil fire followed, but Sterling was okay. Blake Speed wouldn't be as fortunate. He slid into Greg Sachs, who punched a hole in the boilerplate wall and rolled down through turn number 1. Greg was able to walk away from the crash, but a shoulder injury sidelined Lake for the next 5 events. Bodine battled another Hendrick teammate in Darrell Waltrip. But Jeff bobbled going through the tunnel turn as he tried to take the lead away from Rusty Wallace, and Jeff's hopes of winning the race were gone. With just 5 laps to go, Rusty began to slip, and Bill Elliott got beneath to go on to the checkered flag. It was Bill's 4th career win at Pocono, tying him with Tim Richmond with most career wins at the Pennsylvania Superspeedway. So a year ago, Bill Elliott in Victory Lane here at Pocono. Another red car sponsored by a different kind of beer, the Budweiser Ford, driven by Jeff Bodine, leads at this point with 77 laps completed. Here is the average speed of the race so far, 136.445. Now, that's a little bit down from the race record, which is 142.5, but we have had 2 caution periods. None, however, in quite a while, so that average speed of the race is coming back up. And here is Ricky Rudd coming into the pits, and we presume that this is for another cut tire, possibly. Jerry?
Yes, he already thinks he has a tire going down. I think it may be the right rear tire, but they can't take a chance. They're going to take a look at all of them and probably change all 4. Jack going beneath the right side of the Levi Garrett Chevrolet. They will indeed change all 4 tires. No need to take a chance on having to come back in for another pit stop. They're going to lose valuable time here under green. They have changed right side tires. The crew now dancing around the left side of the car, rolling left front, left 17, 18 seconds, 19, clock ticking away. 4 tires changed. Joey Knuckles finished. Up the check, 23.4 seconds. He is away.
So Ricky Rudd makes an unscheduled pit stop. He was shown in 12th position when he came in. Now, let's mention once again some of the improvements that have been made here at Pocono. Now, there are the rumble strips. They're in turn number 1. They're designed to keep the tire from getting off on the edge of the track and kicking up the rocks that causes the tires to cut.
And I would say they're working very well. I mean, Ricky Rudd may have had a flat tire, but we haven't had a rash of flat tires, maybe 1 or 2 all day.
Certainly nothing like we did 5 weeks ago here at Pocono.
26 flat tires amongst about 29 drivers.
And fellas, they are running the bias flat tires here today, and it's been pretty well established that the radial tires don't cut as easily as the bias flat tires, so it's not unusual to see a number of flat cut tires when they run the bias flat tires.
And again, we mentioned that there in the Purelator replay, you saw the boilerplate wall in turn number 1. That's been replaced by concrete in turns 1 and 2. There's second place, Kyle Petty, and the third place car of Greg Sachs. And this is a pretty good battle here.
It is a good battle. Sachs has collected up on Kyle Petty. He's run him down.
It seems when he has new tires on his Chevrolet that he is able to run faster than the others. According, all of them run faster on new tires, but his seems to run even better than. But then after they get heated up, it seems to slow down a little bit. So after they change tires, he caught back up to Kyle. Now let's see if he can pass it.
Slim Fast Chevrolet Lumina, driven by Greg Sachs from Mattituck, New York. In third position, I'm Kyle Petty, car number 42.
He's really getting off that corner, and look, he's going by on the outside.
Kyle drops low on the racetrack, and Greg Sachs is going to blow him off right at the line.
It's like Kyle Petty had a problem or something.
I don't think he came off that corner nearly as fast as he has been in the previous laps. Now begins to fall back to Greg Sachs. Let's eavesdrop once again on communication between Kyle and Gary Nelson, his crew chief. Maybe we can determine what's wrong, if anything. The conversation won't be constant, but let's listen for it.
And they probably will talk on the front straightaway, because that's when the communication is clear at this racetrack, because on the back straightaway it's far enough away from the pits that communication is not that clear. Because we can see Kyle losing some valuable ground.
Yeah, he is. In just 1 lap, because this is where he lost second place 1 lap ago. No conversation, so apparently Kyle doesn't think thinks he has a real serious problem.
Minus 650 on the leader, minus 650. You're still gaining a little bit on leader, Kyle.
Well, that's an interesting comment.
Then Greg Sachs must really be
gaining on the leader. That's Jimmy Means to the left. Go back up front now, and we see that Jeff Bodine has just put his brother Brett Bodine a lap down. That means there are 23 cars currently in the lead lap. There is Brett on the right. The next car that will go a lap down is Dale Jarrett, car number 21, the Wood Brothers Ford. We're watching from Brett Bodine's perspective at the Bodine brothers.
You know, Brett Bodine was running awfully well at the beginning of the race. He had that long pit stop. And now he doesn't have the speed that he had earlier. And as you said, older brother has put the little brother on.
Yep. Brett running in 24th in the Quaker State Buick. There's Dale Jarrett just ahead of Jeff. Back there is Ken Reagan, and here comes second and third place Sachs and Petty. Let's go down to Jerry Punch, who's with Gary Nelson Crucci on the Kyle Petty car.
Gary, a minute ago, Kyle dropped back a little bit. Was there a problem with the car?
Well, we're not exactly right yet. We need to get a car just a little bit tighter. As the temperature goes up and down today, it's kind of hard. We're chasing it. We're pretty comfortable in third, and I think with just a few small adjustments later in the race, we'll really be strong.
We heard you telling Kyle that he was gaining on the leader. You just keeping him pumped all the time.
Yeah, we talked to Kyle quite a bit. While he was gaining on the leader, you know, he was really running some good lap times. He was the fastest car on the track, but everybody's going through it. You're a little tight with new tires, then you're neutral in the middle of your run, and then as the tires get more worn, then you start to get loose, and we're trying to hit a happy medium there to where we get the best overall run.
Let us in on your strategy a little bit. You're talking about the right guard halfway challenge. You pitted on lap 62. You'd run 36 laps. You said the fuel pressure was fluctuating. That was at 36 laps. Now, the halfway point here is lap 100. That's 38 laps from where you finished. Can you make it?
Yeah, I think we could run a couple laps with the fuel pressure fluctuating like that. But we have to be in striking distance of that, the lead, to be able to get that halfway money. So I think by fuel we can make it, but we got to look at the track position and see how Jeff Bodine and Greg Sachs are doing.
They're even talking about a gamble now, some 20 laps away. Bob?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we are 16 laps away from the halfway point. That's lap number 84 that's just been completed by Jeff Bodine, leader of the AC Sparkplug 500. We're glad you could join us on this Sunday afternoon for Winston Cup racing. And we'll be right back.
What could this off-road vehicle possibly have in common with this off-road vehicle? The same quality filter protection you can give your car from Purelator, the world's largest filter company.
All of these championship-winning drivers have one thing in common: Goodyear Racing Eagles. The race-winning technology that's found in the Goodyear Racing Eagles can also be found in the world's best-selling line of high-performance street tires, Goodyear Eagle Street Radials. The champions know, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
You don't have to worry when rain keeps pouring down, 'cause your home can take it, whatever comes around.
Linseed oil penetrates wood. Sealants protect the surface. Olympic weather screen.
It's no wonder we'll stop the rain.
Olympic stops the rain.
Protect your home with Olympic products now and save an additional $2 per gallon.
I say, put on some steaks and get the Queen a Bud Light.
Bud Light's clean, fresh taste won't fill you up, never lets you down.
Henry, they're Pop-Top.
Everything else is just a light.
For the third time this afternoon, we are under caution at Pocono because of debris on the racetrack. And that means that most everybody will come up. There's the debris. Could very well have been caused when Ernie Irvin blew a tire. That's in turn 3. Let's listen to Kyle Petty as he comes in. Crew cam being worn by the gas catch man.
See, the gas man had to wait for the tire carrier to come back around before he could go across the wall. NASCAR rules only 5 men can go across the wall.
Get ready, everybody ready, let's go, go. Great
stuff. Because look, Greg Sachs was running second. He's now third place. Yep. Kyle Petty picked up the second spot. And maybe a chance at $10,000.
Let's go down to Jerry.
Kenny Schrader had some serious trouble there. Going to have to change the windshield in the Kodiak Chevrolet. We'll give you a look here. A large hole in the center of the windshield just to the right of where the driver's face would be looking through. Apparently debris coming up and tagging the front of his windshield. They're bringing another one over. Richard Broom and the rest of the Kodiak crew here, the Hendrick Motorsports team, have already just about gotten the old windshield out. It is nearly shattered. A pretty hard lick. These windshields are kind of beating. They are trying to get some of the putty and some of the Bondo used to seal around the windshield, the Bondo-like material, to get this windshield out. Something you normally don't have happen here in Pocono, Pennsylvania, is debris and cut windshields. Apparently, not so for Kenny Schrader today.
But Jerry, they're going to have to hurry if they get that back in there and not lose a lap. But I'll bet they will get it back in there and not lose a lap.
Michael Waltrip also had some problems in the pits. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, the whole front end's off of his car.
Wow.
They're going to finish pulling it off.
The number 20 car, we understand, of Rob Moroso came in contact with him. While they're still trying to get that new windshield in the Kodiak Chevy driven by Ken Schrader. There he goes back out, and I believe he is going to make it out without losing a lap.
He did. He did indeed.
Well, there's the crew cam that's being worn by the catch can man on Kyle Petty's crew. And that reminds us of what Benny Parsons has in mind for the Hat of the Week this week. Our weekly presentation, this time from Pocono International Raceway. Benny?
These are the instruments that bring the excellent coverage on ESPN Speed World coverage of auto racing. Besides this, we have crew cam, in-car cam, bumper cam, face cam. You know, and Howard and Johnson DeLong think we ought to have this, a fan cam. Put this on a fan during the race and see what goes on in the grandstand. Not a bad idea, guys. We might try that sometime. September the 8th and 9th, the Michigan Auto Racing Fan Club is having a motorsports extravaganza across from the Michigan International Speedway in Brooklyn, Michigan. They're going to auction maybe 200 items per day for a couple of days, and all the proceeds going to the Burn Center at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. So all you racing fans in Michigan, go by and check them out. Meanwhile, I'm going to look for some good-looking women down here.
Benny, you look right at home there behind that camera. And I knew you'd be looking for good-looking girls. There's a crew cam once again. They put things behind the wall as Kyle Petty has made a pit stop under caution here at Pocono.
What could this off-road vehicle possibly have in common with this off-road vehicle? The same quality filter protection you can give your car from Purolator, the world's largest filter company.
All of these championship-winning drivers have one thing in common: Goodyear Racing Eagles. The race-winning technology that's found in the Goodyear Racing Eagles can also be found in the world's best-selling line of high-performance street tires, Goodyear Eagle Street Radials. The champions know, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Field on Long Pond straightaway getting set next time around for a green flag. Now, let's compare some pit stops. First of all, let's look at Kyle Petty and check his Big A Auto Parts pit stop performance. It took the driver 17.9 to slow down and speed up, and the crew 22.5 seconds to do their job. Remember, 40.4. And now let's compare that to the stop made by Greg Sachs in car number 18. 19.6 for the driver, 24.5 for the crew, and 44.1 for the total. That is one of the reasons why Greg Sachs is in third position and Kyle is in second.
But almost identical driver times. I think Kyle was 19.5 and Greg was 19.6. Lost the crew was 2 seconds slower according to our calculation. That's Kyle Pettigrew.
This caution, the third of the afternoon for debris in turn number 3, that has been picked up now as the cars enter that area of the racetrack and get set for a restart.
Let me tell you something I just read the other day. I got just a moment. The Schrader crew, Richard Broom and the Kodiak team, was out practicing pit stops. They brought over as an observer to try to pick out points Jeff Hammond, crew chief on Darrell Waltrip.
Interesting. Here we go. Green flag is showing once again as the race resumes on lap number 89. 11 laps to go to the halfway point and the right guard halfway challenge. The driver leading at that point wins $10,000, and you could win a Pontiac Grand Prix. A couple of cars way down low on the racetrack here. Brett Bodine, Davey Allison.
And Brett's a lap down. And so is Ricky Rudd. Ricky made an unscheduled pit stop. Brett had to make a long pit stop, green flag pit stop.
Riding inside Kyle Petty's car. He's in second. Just ahead is the leader of the race, Jeff Bodine.
Well, Kyle closes right up on the back bumper of Jeff Bodine.
Again, dial this number, 1-900-246-0101. You still got time. It's going to cost you 95 cents, but you could win a Pontiac Grand Prix in about 10 more laps.
And which one of these guys will it be?
Boy, Kyle would love to have that 10 grand, and we heard Gary Nelson tell us a few laps ago that he thought his driver had a shot at winning the halfway challenge. There's lap number 90, 10 to go. Bodine showing the way right now, but Kyle Petty is right there in second spot, and Greg Sachs is in third.
So Davey Allison on the inside of the 5-car, Ricky Rudd trying to get by him on lap car.
Look at this. Amazingly low attrition here at Pocono. Dick Johnson was our only crasher of the day. Randy LaJoy also has dropped out of the race. Boy, the attrition has been very, very low in this event.
And that's one reason that we've not had that many caution flags, because the cars just haven't had any problems.
And 20 cars are on the lead lap. Let's go to Jerry Punch. We can examine that windshield that came out of Ken Schrader's machine.
Had to be a scare for Kenny Schrader, and the fact that he did not get hurt or cut, let me show you why. The windshield literally shattered. There's a complete hole in the windshield, but NASCAR requires back here a piece of 1/8-inch Lexan glued to the back of the windshield. This Lexan was bent but did not break right here in front of Schrader's face. That saved the driver. This safety feature mandated by NASCAR. Lexan backing up the windshield, and Kenny Schrader is able to drive on for the remainder of the day.
Boy, that had to be a scary thing. I bet he ducked, don't you bet? That thing came back at him. Woo.
That's tremendous that NASCAR has told the guys to put the bulletproof glass behind the windshield, because Jerry's right. Without that, the piece would have been in good shape.
Davey Allison is closing in, running in fourth position as he moves in on Greg Sachs in third.
They all have that $10,000 in their mind.
It could be any one of these four. There's Davey running in fourth spot. Got a good, excellent run for him today so far.
All four of these cars at one point of the race so far, at some time each of these cars has been the fastest car on the racetrack. But the money's coming up. Who's going to be the fastest car?
92 laps complete, 8 to go to the halfway challenge. 20 cars on the lead lap. Well, let's do some speculating here, guys. Who's going to win the halfway challenge? Ned?
Go first.
No.
Well, I'm going to have to go with that Budweiser Ford. He's out front right now.
It's going to be tough, isn't it, Benny?
Well, I tell you what, I'll pick Sachs.
Okay. And Jerry Punch.
Well, I know Kyle Petty is strong, but I got to believe what Gary Nelson said a minute ago. He said that they're not believing how strong Jeff Bodine is right now. I have to stay with Ned's pick and go with Bodine.
And finally, John Kernan. What do you think?
I knew you were going to put me on the spot. I'm here in the Budweiser pit, so who do you think I'm going to pick? The guys are all looking at me and listening to me right now.
If you were to say anybody else, you get run out of there,
That's right. That's right.
No, not finally, Bob.
Oh.
You haven't picked yet.
Well, I'm going to say Jeff Bodine. I think he can hang on here to the advantage for 7 more laps.
Well, it looks like that Jeff Bodine is the unanimous decision. Not unanimous, no, majority decision.
Yeah.
There you go.
But that don't mean he'll do it.
That's right.
That means we believe he will. He has been strong, definitely.
Well, we're going to take another commercial break before the halfway point, so we will be on the air and showing you who wins the $10,000 and possible Grand Prix for you. Be back in just a moment.
If you love cars, you'll love Auto Week, the news weekly of motoring. Every week, Auto Week puts you inside the world's most exciting cars, GTs, sports sedans, collector cars, 4x4s, front drivers. Auto Week makes you an insider with industry news, personality profiles, old cars, columnists, the best classified anywhere. And nobody covers racing like Auto Week. You get the fastest coverage of Formula One, sports cars, stockers, Indy cars. It's all in Auto Week, the news weekly of motoring every week. Call 1-800-828-4100 to get a full year of Auto Week at our special discount price. Just $19.95 for 52 issues, only 38 cents a week. You'll save 80% off the newsstand price. Call 1-800-828-4100. Let Auto Week put you in the driver's seat every week.
Defending champion Michael Andretti and Danny Sullivan test their skills on a gripping road course. They headline the field at the $1 million Toronto Indy, Sunday at midnight Eastern on ESPN.
First four cars are still hooked together as 95 laps are completed, and we're less than 5 now away from the halfway point. Here comes Greg Sachs moving to the inside of Kyle Petty, trying to go into second spot. He's got $10,000 on his mind, and now he sets his sights on the leader, Jeff Bodine.
We said earlier that he had been fast on fresh tires, and they have on relatively fresh tires now. They've run about 7 or 8 laps.
Davey Allison is in 4th position, and he now takes a look at Kyle Petty. Jeff Bodine, though, has got a little bit of a down. Here comes Kyle back.
It looks like the 18 car, Greg Sachs, just doesn't like cars behind him. If the cars pull up behind him, he takes a little bit of air off the rear spoiler and makes the car get off the gear.
So that could be working to Jeff Bodine's advantage right now.
96 laps complete. 4 more to the halfway point. Right now it's Jeff Bodine, Greg Sachs, Kyle Petty, Davey Allison. Those 4 cars have separated themselves from the rest of the field as Rusty Wallace runs 5th. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who has a comment on Greg Sachs.
When these guys win that money at the halfway challenge, normally it goes to the car owner. That's the man who pays the bills and pays all the salaries and has all the headaches of having to run the race team. But there are some motivating factors for the drivers. Eavesdropping just a minute ago between the crew and Greg Sachs, it was something like this. Hey, Greg, if you win it, the boss man standing beside me says you get half of it, so go after it. Greg promptly the next lap passed Kyle Petty and is on his way to Jeff Bodine.
Oh, it's amazing what incentive will do, isn't it? He still has Jeff Bodine to pass, though, and he's got 4 laps to do it.
Tell you what, Bob, for $2, I'll quit talking about it.
Let's go for further update from John Koenig.
No, similar situation down here in the Budweiser pit. Junior Johnson and Jeff have it, so they'll split it 50-50. So Jeff is going to do all he can to maintain it and win the halfway challenge.
Well, everybody with a little bit of incentive, but only one driver is going to walk off with the money in 2.5 more laps. Meanwhile, as we go back and check some of the other action, we've got cars running very close together. Brett Bodine, also Dale Earnhardt is right there. Oh, and the 4 car of Ernie Irvin is slow, and the report is he made contact with another car in turn number 1, and the red light is showing.
That means the engine isn't running. The car is dead in the water.
Could we have a yellow?
if Ernie is unable to make it around to the pit area. He is in the tunnel turn at the moment. He's pulling off the racetrack.
Dick Beatty told them in the drivers' meeting, fellas, if you blow an engine, have an engine problem, as we watch this battle for the lead, he said, pull it off on one of the roads on the backstretch, get it out of the way, and we'll come over and get it. So that's what Ernie Irvin did.
Nice move by Ernie, saving the caution flag here as we are watching this battle for $10,000 and the right guard halfway challenge money.
Did you pick Greg Sachs?
Sure did.
And he was running third at that time.
Three abreast. Oh, it's Greg Sachs on the inside. He's going to go into the lead. Greg Sachs passes Jeff Bodine, headed for the tunnel turn. Maybe some contact between Bodine and Petty. They were close if they didn't make contact. So the standings really shuffle here as they're coming down to complete. And here comes Davey Allison moving to the inside of Kyle Petty.
Kyle gives him running room. Davey now takes advantage of it down on the inside and makes the pass for the third position.
So it's now Greg Sachs leading, Jeff Bodine second, Davey Allison third, and Kyle Petty fourth. And next time around, we'll get the halfway point, and Davey Allison looks for second position, but he can't do it.
Kyle Petty's car. Davey Allison car awfully strong. He was trying hard to get by because he knew $10,000 was coming up.
It's a half a lap away. Greg Sachs stretches the advantage over Jeff Bodine a little bit. Now Allison sizing up Jeff Bodine. All right, let's see. Here they come out of corner number 3 onto the main straightaway. It is Greg Sachs that is going to win the right guard halfway challenge. Greg Sachs as Benny Parsons pounds his chest.
What a bunch of non-pickers y'all are.
And Benny wins 10,000 congratulations.
From Greg Sachs fans.
Yeah. So if you are called back now by the right guard people, the name to tell them is Greg Sachs. He was the winner of $10,000, leading at the 100-lap mark of the Pocono AC Spark Plug 500. So it's Greg Sachs leading now, and we'll continue our live coverage of this Winston Cup race in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Doors.
I love the wiser folk, just look and see. It's a doorknob, it's a deadbolt, it's extra security. No new hole to drill, so easy to install. Replace your old knob with wiser bolt, baby, it won't hurt at all.
Wiser Bolt from Wiser Lock, the world's only entrance lock with a built-in security deadbolt. To find out how you can get a $5 to $50 check back, just call 1-800-458-LOCK, your nearest Wiser Bolt dealer.
One Tough Motor Oil announces One Tough Guarantee.
Ask your participating service center about Quaker State's Tough Lubrication Guarantee.
250,000 miles or 10 years. Register your new car absolutely free at a participating service center. Use only Quaker State. Have oil and filter changed as directed at a service center. And if any lubricated engine part suffers an oil-related breakdown,
you're covered. Quaker State guarantees it in writing.
The big Q is One Tough Motor Oil.
When was the last time you had the kind of car to bring the road alive? Have you driven a Ford? Then you don't know what you're missing. Have you driven a Ford? Driven a Ford? Have you driven a Ford lately?
Bob Jenkins, Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch resuming coverage of the AC Spark Plug 500 Winston Cup race. Greg Sachs leads. The battle is for second spot. Right now, Jeff Bodine in car number 11 has it, but Davey Allison is trying to take it away in car number 28.
Somebody needs to tell Davey the 10,000's gone.
But
he's racing like there's 10,000 up for grabs, isn't he?
But he has not picked up 5 bonus points for leading today. Davey Allison has not led so far today, according to our information, Mark Martin has Ken Schrader, Greg Sachs, Jeff Bodine, the biggest leader. Jimmy Spencer led the lap against him during his change of pit stops, and Dale Earnhardt.
Well, the Congo line is forming here as they snake their way down the front straightaway. Some slower cars there ahead of the leader, Greg Sachs. Mike Potter in car number 74.
That was Michael Waltrip in the yellow number 30 that went by Potter. And now Greg Sachs goes by. But look how much of an advantage Jeff Bodine gains on him when Sachs passes one car through the corner.
While this race hasn't been what I would call super competitive, these four cars have really been equally in terms of running this afternoon.
They sure have. And then, as I said a moment ago, at times each of them has been the fastest car on the racetrack.
If there's still 20 cars in the lead lap, Kenny Schrader is the last car on the lead lap. We're watching four of them there right now, or three of them on the screen. That's Greg Sachs, Jeff Bodine, Davey Allison, and Kyle Petty. Derek Cope is running 5th, Rusty Wallace 6th, Mark Martin 7th, Sterling Marlin is 8th, Harry Gant 9th, Cut Strickland a good run, running 10th, Bill Elliott 11th, Dale Earnhardt 12th, Alan Kowicki 13th, Terry Labonte is 14th, Morgan Shepherd 15th, Bobby Hillin 16th, Richard Petty 17th, and Butch Miller 18th, Rob Moroso is 19th, and Kenny Schrader running in 20th place.
And look for your favorite driver to go through the frame here as we lock down the camera at the end of the long front straightaway. Get an idea of how many seconds your driver is behind the leader. There is Schrader and Moroso.
While we're watching that, Jimmy Spencer is in the pits in the Heinz Pontiac for a change of right side tires.
Well, White Oak won't go by just a moment ago. That was Tommy Riggins who runs in frequently on the Winston Cup circuit is in this race. There's Ken Schrader.
And here comes the leader out of turn number 3. An indication of how fast he's running. That's 152.542.
Well, that's faster than Jeff Bodine was running earlier.
Here's the battle for second place. Look at Davey Allison. He again looked to the inside of Jeff Bodine, but couldn't take the spot, and the yellow is out. We've got a crash up in turn number 3. Crash in turn 3 brings out the 4th caution of the day. It is Jimmy Horton in car number 17 of the Darrell Waltrip car.
Tell you what, he might not be able to get out. Yes, he did, because that is very muddy up there.
Jimmy Horton spinning in turn number 3 and bringing out another caution, and he's got a flat right rear.
Exactly. The right rear tire is down.
He's not coming in, though. He's going to try to make another lap on the flat tire. But our 4th caution of the afternoon flies over Pocono International Raceway, just past the halfway mark. Jimmy Horton, who went into the car at the end of one lap for Darrell Waltrip, who is unable to compete because of the broken leg suffered at Daytona. He hopes to be back in 6 more weeks as far as a full race schedule. So Greg Sachs is leading here at Pocono. We'll be back right after this.
How fast and portable are Wagner's new cordless power painting systems? Just watch. The new cordless power roller automatically pumps paint to cover quickly and easily, with no runs or drips. The new cordless power brush is perfect for trimming any job, big or small. There's no better way to finish a job with flying colors. Anywhere. Cordless power painting from Wagner. Not just a whole lot faster, a whole lot better.
Le Mans, the world's most famous 24-hour endurance race, and the scene of a major triumph for Jaguar and Goodyear. For both Goodyear and Jaguar, it was a double triumph. First and second at the 24 Hours of Daytona in February, and now, first and second at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Superior performance. It's why Jaguar chooses Goodyear, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Jimmy Horton spun in turn number 3, bringing out our 4th caution of the afternoon, and the pace car has picked up the field. We'll be watching for pit stops now. Here comes Greg Sachs and Jeff Bodine and several others in for another
right near that opening.
stop. We're listening to Kyle Petty.
You're ready, guys. There he is. More tires, everybody.
almost overshot the pit, hit the board a little bit strong.
Busy pit road.
Sure as we saw Jimmy Horton leaving the pits.
Get ready, let's go, go.
That's strange that his signal is that he keys Kyle when to go, because most of the guys' signal is when the jack goes.
It was interesting to hear Gary Nelson kind of brief the crew on what they were going to do as Kyle came in. He said, let's do a 4-tire change, so the crew was ready for that activity.
Well, each member of the crew has a headset on. We see Kyle is talking to Gary now using his hands, but Jerry Punch, he may have some more from the pitch. Jerry?
A lot of teams have this down to a science, Benny, as you well know, and the reason no one talks during the pit stop, that is planned silence. That if there's a problem, each team member, as you said, has a headset on. He will immediately cue his radio and say, trouble, right rear lug nut hung, as we heard a minute ago earlier in the broadcast with the Alan Kowicki team. The only person who is allowed to talk during the pit stop is a crew member who has a problem or the crew chief and driver. You saw Gary Nelson walking around in front of the car. He looked at the left side tires after they had been replaced, making sure every lug nut was on and tight. He watched the right side tires, knowing he had plenty of time here under the caution flag to take his time, let the crew members finish their job. When the jack was down, the car was fueled, then he cued the driver, Kyle, to go, go, go. They had that plan. They practice it every week at the shop, and it's really a science here on pit road.
Sophistication on the racetrack and sophistication in the pit area as the guys know exactly what to do when their driver comes in for a change of tires and a fuel. Back in a moment.
You know, summer heat can wreak havoc on house paint, so choose Weather Beater.
Come to Sears Summer National Paint Sale. We've reduced our Weather Beater flat finish paint to just $11.76.
So see you at Sears.
Sale ends July 28th. Hurry.
You don't get to be number one by standing still.
Ford trucks, the best ever ran.
Only Ranger has Ford's exclusive touch drive to let you go in and out of four-wheel drive at the touch of a button. No wonder Ranger is leaving Chevy in the dust.
Ford trucks, the best ever ran.
The best-built, best-selling American trucks are built Ford tough.
We tested STP oil treatment under the worst possible conditions. In the taxi cabs in New York City. The result? Engine lift to wear was reduced by up to 50%. And now there's an STP for your newer car, too.
Back of a back. Can't be beat with baseball. 4 nights a week. Under the lights, ESPN baseball tonight. Tuesday, Friday, doubleheader. Wednesday. Nothing better. Catch it Sunday, watch the fun. Sunday night.
The Red Sox face the Royals on Sunday Night Baseball, live at 8 Eastern on ESPN.
Baseball tonight.
Just as you rejoin us, the green waves, and we are back to competition. Lap 110. Jeff Bodine is back in the lead after those pit stops, and Rusty Wallace is in second spot. Greg Sachs third. Fourth is Davey Allison, and in fifth position is Kyle Petty. Look at Rusty hanging right in there with the leader and may go for the lead here at Long Pond straightaway.
I tell you, he made a great pit stop. He was running fifth coming in, came out in second place.
Ricky Rudd in front of Jeff Bodine on the tail end of the lead lap. That's what he's trying to do, get in front of the leader, Jeff Bodine, and hope that the caution flag comes out. He's able to make up 2.5 miles.
Of course, he was running a lap down as a result of an unscheduled pit stop for a flat tire. So Rudd, as you say, back in the lead lap now.
Let's take a look at Jeff Bodine's most recent pit stop, 2020. 20 seconds for the driver, 20 for the crew, total, of course, of 40. Now let's compare that with the pit stop turned in by Greg Sachs. And you can see it took the driver less time to come in and out, but it took the crew more time to get their job done. And that may be a reflection simply of the fact that Greg's crew may not be as experienced as Jeff Bodine.
Well, that's right, Bob. They've only been together, what, 4 or 5 races now? Junior Johnson's crew's been together since 1950? long time.
Back before we was born.
Right.
And you got to take your hats off also to the crew working on the Rusty Wallace machine, because they got him in and out very well, and he, as a result, is in second position.
Yeah, he made the best pit stop of everybody.
There are the first 3. That car on the far left is Ricky Rudd, and not on the lead, not the leader, but here goes Rusty Wallace to the inside of Jeff Bodine and tries to take away the lead and does. Rusty Wallace takes the point in the AC Spark Plug 500. If he comes down and crosses the line in the lead, he'll pick up 5 bonus points. And that is very, very important, because Rusty Wallace is certainly not out of the Winston Cup Championship by any means. He's only 125 behind the leader, Mark Martin, as we went into this race. So the first 5 are separated by only 163 points.
Rusty Wallace really, truly has not been a contender all day. It looks like Barry, Merrill Elliott, all the fellows have worked on the car, made adjustments, and made a great pit stop. As Ed mentioned a moment ago, here he is leading the race.
Rusty Wallace becomes our 7th leader of the afternoon. Look at this battle back here for position, as Davey Allison, Craig Sachs, and Gary Cope are right there together. We haven't talked a whole lot about Derry Cope, but he has been right in the thick of things all day. I don't think he's ever been out of the top 10.
You mean whatchamacallit? Couldn't think of Cope's name to save my life.
Yeah, he has been running good today. Been right up there all day.
Won 2 races this year. Daytona 500, of course, the big win for him, as Rusty Wallace tries to put Ricky Rudd a lap down, and he does.
Well, Rudd was in front of him, so Rusty had passed him someplace on the racetrack. Rudd was trying to get back by it. And Bodine is saying to himself, please, Rick, get out of the way. Let me get up there and race Rusty.
Rusty, of course, has won twice this year. Winston Cup competition at the World 600 and at Sears Point on the road course.
Here comes Jeff on the inside of Ricky. I think he's got position.
He slides on through.
Boy, it makes it look easy. And folks, believe me, it's not that easy. This car's coming off the corner about 100 miles an hour, 120 as they go by there. Cope trying to get by Sachs. And Kyle Petty, he's watching it.
Gary Cope going for 4th position here. Cope is on the right and Craig Sachs on the left. Only they're going to have to go single file through the corner, and now Davey Allison also tries to pass Ricky Rudd as Jeff Bodine goes back on top.
Got position on Rusty going down in turn 1. Took the spot away.
Davey Allison is going to try to make a move on Rusty, and does. Right down on the inside. Well, but he has to back off. Yep. He was going to get in there too fast. He knew he would slide right up to the wall if he went in there that fast. And so he backed off. Good smart move by Davey.
These cars at this point of the racetrack running about 145. Slow down on the brakes to about 100 miles an hour at this point.
Well, Rusty Wallace finds himself now into 2nd position, but many times during the afternoon he's found himself running 6 abreast into turn number 1. Is it hard, Rusty?
I say to myself, I hope I'm on the bottom when I get to turn 1 and 2, because I don't want to get to be in the middle or the high side, because that turn 1 gets pretty narrow when you get down into it.
And you saw it right there, as now Davey Allison has taken over the 2nd position from Rusty Wallace, and they had to funnel down to the single file formation going into 1, and Davey got the advantage.
What this Havlin Star Ford is running today. Is Jake Elder this much responsible for everything?
I say so. Yeah, I believe that. I think he is. Robert Yates has always had a good engine program, and they have struggled at a lot of racetracks where handling has been a real strong characteristic in the past, and now they got the chassis expert, Jake Elder. He's renowned as the chassis expert, and I would say that he is no good with it.
Kyle Petty finds himself in 6th spot. We're riding with him. Just ahead is Greg Sachs. Nose to tail, first 3 positions.
Davey Allison takes a look.
Davey Allison goes to the inside. He looks for the lead going into turn number 1. And Davey Allison takes the lead away from Jeff Bodine.
Bodine trying to get back down the back straight with a long pond straightaway.
3,055 feet to do it in. They go 3 wide on Long Pond. Here's Jeff Bodine inside of Allison once again, and Jeff goes back into the lead.
You know, Davey Allison hasn't led this lap yet. You realize that, don't you, as far as NASCAR is concerned? Now he comes back on the inside of Jeff.
You only pick up the bonus points when you're scored as the leader at the line, and Davey wants those 5 bonus points. Derry Cope, meanwhile, look at him. He's in 4th position. Now, remember that 4th car in line there is Ricky Rudd, and not on the lead lap.
And he still is not going to lead a lap.
He had to lead twice on that lap, and he's not going to lead. Wow.
What's Rudd doing down there? Is he getting out of the way, or is he trying to pass somebody?
I don't think he's getting out of anybody's way.
Well, they are going at it.
I'm telling you, they are.
Here goes Sachs by. We see what happens when you get up high. You just can't handle through the corner. We saw Davey Allison slip. Now, Cope has dropped the spot. Kyle Petty's got by Derek Cope. Man, this is getting...
Do I see sparks coming out of Allison's car? I thought I did.
I wonder if he has the tire going down.
I would think so.
Definitely off the pace.
He's definitely off the pace. He has gone from the leader way back, and now look at the pace that he is just... Something's wrong with that car.
Yeah, I expect it. In fact, his pit crew is ready for him to come into the pits. Apparently, he has the tire down, and he will be coming into the pits.
I thought I saw sparks from the left front of that car. Maybe I didn't, but it's obvious that something's wrong as Davey Allison, nope, stays out there.
Well, that's a surprise. His pit crew was out on pit road, ready for it to come in. They were expecting. There's debris on the track.
Yeah, that could have been what Davey hit.
And...
or it could have fallen off his car.
Well,
Jerry, what do you know? Anything?
Well, it's obvious he has a flat tire. They were hoping to possibly get a caution flag from NASCAR, and now the yellow flag does come out. Davey was yelling there's debris on the racetrack, and some of the other drivers also reported debris. They said, let's take our chances. They may get a yellow flag, and it paid off. The yellow flag waving now at Pocono. He'll get to make that pit stop and change that flat tire under caution.
Well, that's a good point, Jerry, normally. But now they're going to race back to the flag here. Let's see if Ricky Rudd can get his lap back. I say normally that would be good to make it under the caution, but on this racetrack you can make a green flag pit stop and come back out. Then if everybody else, and stay in the lead lap, then if everybody else comes in, then he would be in the lead, like Dale Earnhardt was earlier. Ricky Rudd is not going to be able to get his lap back.
Here come the leaders down to take the yellow flag. Once again, reducing the pace of the event, as this is the 5th time in the afternoon that the caution flag has come out.
I was going to say a moment ago, that's one disadvantage to running high in the racetrack. When they got position on Davey, he had to move up the racetrack. He gets up in that territory where not many cars are, and there's lots of stones and things like that up off the groove. He may have run over something like that and punctured the tire.
Well, Davey certainly will be coming in for a pit stop. 115 laps completed.
We'll see if everybody else comes in now. If they do, see, Davey could have come in under the green because the pits were not closed at that time. The caution then came out while they were there, although the leader ran hard back to the start-finish line to keep Ricky Rudd a lap down, but they still could have changed tires and gotten him back out there without losing a lap. But we'll see if the others, if they don't come in, well, that's all a deep point anyway. But I expect they'll come in.
I would expect he will. You're right, Ned. He could have come in and been leading the race.
We'll be watching Jeff Bodine and Rusty Wallace make their stops on a split screen if they do come in. Remember, Rusty had a great stop just a few laps ago. Well, what's going to happen here? Nobody's going to pit except Davey Allison.
So it was better that he stayed out there. He knew what he was doing.
The sign goes up, one more lap before we go back to green as Davey Allison comes in to get that cut tire fixed. We'll take another break and be back with more from Pocono.
don't worry about the quality of parts my mechanic uses. Put in whatever's cheapest, son. Heck, I'm gonna get rid of it once the ashtrays are full anyway.
Automotive technicians like your Big A Pro know quality service starts with quality parts, and your Big A Pro's got them. So look for the sign of the Big A Pro, your sign of quality parts and service nationwide.
So, how's it look, son?
You better hope your ashtrays fill up real fast.
If you love cars, you'll love Auto Week, the news weekly of motoring. Every week, Auto Week puts you inside the world's most exciting cars. GTs, sports sedans, collector cars, 4x4s, front drivers. Auto Week makes you an insider with industry news, personality profiles, old cars, columnists, the best classified anywhere. And nobody covers racing like Auto Week. You get the fastest coverage of Formula One, sports cars, stockers, Indy cars. It's all in Auto Week, the news weekly of motoring every week. Call 1-800-828-4100 to get a full year of Auto Week at our special discount price. Just $19.95 for 52 issues, only 38 cents a week. You'll save 80% off the newsstand price. Call 1-800-828-4100. Let Auto Week put you in the driver's seat every week.
Welcome back, everybody, to Pocono International Raceway, where the AC Sparkplug 500 Winston Cup race is about to go back under green. We have had our 5th caution period because of debris on the racetrack. We have had no serious accidents here so far this afternoon. The only individual who has tasted the concrete down in turn number 1 was Dick Johnson in the very early going. Here's the green flag, and racing resumes at Pocono with Jeff Bodine, Rusty Wallace, Greg Sachs, Kyle Petty, and Derek Cope first through 5th. Oh, look at this. As Greg Sachs moves to the inside of the racetrack, takes a look, and once again, Ricky Rudd is trying desperately to keep that lap.
He's got Jeff Bodine hung on the outside. Rusty Wallace gets by. Here comes Sachs trying to get by. But Bodine does get a bite off the corner, but I don't know. I think maybe Sachs, let's see.
From Kyle Petty's car, Sachs moves to second.
Kyle Petty right up on the back bumper of, oh, what are we doing here? Look at this. Jeff Bodine going through this corner 2 by 2. Derek Cope, Kyle Petty, Jeff Bodine, and Greg Sachs.
Man. Well, Rusty Wallace is loving all this because while he has the lead, he's watching everybody behind him, 2 abreast and battling for position.
Now, Greg Sachs got the break out in front of Jeff Bodine. Meanwhile, Ricky Rudd has moved out in front of Rusty Wallace.
Crash.
And that'll be the break that Ricky Rudd will need.
Several cars involved. Tommy Riggins among them. I believe Ken Reagan is involved. Then there are 2 other cars. Here is a battle for the lead as they'll race back to the yellow flag now.
That's a battle for second place because Rusty Wallace is our leader.
And Ricky Rudd is way out in front of Rusty Wallace, so if nothing happens, he should get his lead back. I mean, get back in the lead lap.
Watching them come off of turn number 3. Here comes Rudd, followed by the race leader, Rusty Wallace. And as they come down, Jeff Bodine will have second and Greg Sachs third.
The NASCAR flag to them. Please slow down. There's
Ernie Irvin. Well, this certainly the most serious incident of the day. We'll see if we can determine what happened.
Well, a lot of cars headed into the turn. It looked like they all tried to get there at the same time.
Looks like Riggins mates, for some reason, spun in front of the field. And the cars are 2 or 3 abreast in the back. They start spinning and just trying to slow down. Other cars hitting them, and we see them going through the mud in the infield to avoid the accident. And that's Ernie Irvin going through the mud and spinning, coming down and getting stuck in the mud.
Speaking of mud, this is Jim Sauter driving Dave Marcus's car. He can hardly see out the windshield.
Looks like he's been out in the apple orchard with it.
What's Frater? Some cars are stopped.
trailer is stopped.
Maybe they were just, as they went through that,
Yeah.
checking on
Let me,
everybody.
That's Morgan Shepherd, is it not, in the upper
sure looks like it.
of your screen?
Boy, his Winston Cup point standings have really taken a beating the last 2 races.
Sure have. He was, at one time, the only driver who finished in the top 10 every race, but that ended at Sonoma. And now...
You can see Morgan moving around inside the car.
And here is Ernie Irvin's damaged car and mud-splattered car.
He also has a broken Panhard bar or rear sway bar, looks like. Or maybe it's just the left rear tire, but...
He's having difficulty. There's Morgan Shepherd. You see the NASCAR, the safety official, talking to him, and Morgan appears to be okay because he was moving around in the cockpit.
You can see him moving his hand there as he's talking to the guy.
Let's take a look at the accident from one of our in-car cameras riding with Ernie Irvin.
We already see the car spinning up in the middle of 1 and 2. Ernie slows down. Ooh, and he just goes through the mud to avoid over the rumble strips.
Back down on the grass.
He started the car while it was still spinning.
Kept it running, though, and here come the pit stops now. Rusty Wallace is in, Greg Sack is in, Jeff Bodine is in, and Jerry is right there.
Jeff Bodine on the bottom of your screen, Rusty Wallace on top. They will change all 4 tires on the Rusty Wallace car. We're expecting to change the same on the Jeff Bodine machine. These cars having run through some of the debris down at turn 1. Now left side on Wallace and left side on Jeff Bodine. The great Tim Brewer crew working for Jeff Bodine. Bodine is down. Rusty Wallace still on the jack, but he is pitting further down pit road. Here comes Bodine. Rusty Wallace is off the jack, and Wallace will actually beat Bodine back on the racetrack by virtue of track position or pit position here on pit road.
Jeff and Rusty are running side by side.
Sterling Marlin is trying to get by both of them, saying that he beat them out of the pit. So NASCAR will have to straighten this out.
And Sterling Marlin is on the lead lap. We haven't talked about very much about Sterling Marlin so far this afternoon, but he is indeed on the lead lap and was 6th before this crash. We'll look again at who got out first.
Looking for old Jimmy Cox. It does look like that the 94 car got out first, and the NASCAR official was out there telling all of them to slow down because there was equipment on the racetrack. I saw a tractor with a sweeper and an ambulance and wreckers and what have you. That's why the 94 car was not going that fast.
The accident scene in turn number 1, a multi-car incident involving Tommy Riggins, Ken Reagan, Morgan Shepherd, and others. We'll be back in just a moment.
Cars now. A lot of cars in this town need parts from Parts Plus. Take a hint from your car. Go to Parts Plus for the quality name brand auto parts you need. Because Parts Plus sells name brand auto parts with quality you can rely on. The same quality name brands used by professional race car drivers. So the next time your car needs auto parts, come to Parts Plus.
We're America's family of auto parts stores. We're Parts Plus.
The Ford Thunderbird. A perfect car for a nice Sunday drive.
Last weekend, Bo Jackson and the Royals beat up Boston in Fenway. Now the Red Sox try to return the favor and keep near the top of the AL East. Sunday night at 8 Eastern, live on ESPN.
We are back at Pocono, and the track remains under caution because of a multi-car crash down in turn number 1. And Ernie Irvin gave us a bird's-eye view of what happened from his in-car camera.
Well, you can see there's trouble already before he approaches the turn. He slows down some. Jimmy Means slows even more, and Irvin has to make an evasive move down on the inside. And you can hear what happens. The engine dies for a moment, then he fires it back up.
You can hear him running over those rumble strips that we've talked about all race long, and you get an indication of how serious they are. The Riggins car is spinning. He hits the wall.
Hard backwards, yes.
and then other cars become involved. But fortunately, because of the safety equipment that is built into these race cars and mandated by NASCAR, apparently no one injured. Important aspect of that, the crash helmet. Here is our track fact. This track fact is brought to you by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
For the past 22 years, helmet technology has involved basically a fiberglass shell covering a polystyrene insert. This polystyrene liner is used to help insulate the head from injury. But unfortunately, polystyrene will absorb the impact, but it also transmits impact. So if you take a reliable old impactor here, this hammer, and whack it, you can see there's an indentation in the polystyrene. The polystyrene has absorbed the impact, but it's also transmitted to the head. The latest development from Simpson Safety Products last year was this new bead-all insert. This bead-all will not only absorb impact, it won't transmit it. So if you'll pardon the pun, you can beat all day long on this thing, and you're not going to get a headache.
The crash helmet certainly played a part in that accident we just saw down in turn number 1. The debris is being cleared from that area. Kyle Petty shown as a leader of the AC Spark Plug 500.
What makes a Quaker State engine so tough? One tough motor oil. And being tough takes more than just talking tough. There's a brand that says it's been engineered for smaller engines. Well, Quaker State has been tested tough for small engines in Japan, in Europe, and in America. In fact, Quaker State has toughed out the most demanding specs for every size engine in every size car sold in the U.S. What makes any size Quaker State engine so tough? Quality engineered Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
My eyes are so itchy, I can't think.
Tom? Are you okay, Tom?
When allergies come on this strong, Benadryl comes on stronger.
Kawasaki just made it easier for couples to go steady. Right now, during our 2-up, 0-down promotion, you can get Kawasaki's Tandem Sport Jet Ski Watercraft for 0 down and no payments for 90 days. See your participating Kawasaki dealer before it's too late.
You know, summer heat can wreak havoc on house paint, so choose Weather Beater.
Come to Sears Summer National Paint Sale. We've reduced our Weather Beater flat finish paint to just $11.76.
So see you at Sears.
Sale ends July 28th. Hurry.
Don't stop short of the peak, because second best won't do. There's a pride in peak performance.
Take more than 650 horsepower, wide open, for 500 miles. You need maximum protection to cool it.
I want the maximum going for me. That's why I've got peak on my car and in my car every time.
Don't stop short of the peak. No, don't stop short of the peak.
We are still under caution here at Pocono because of a 4-car crash. Tommy Riggins, Morgan Shepherd, Rob Moroso, and Ken Reagan involved in an incident down in turn number 1. A couple of other cars went into the infield, including Ernie Irvin and Mark Martin. They were not actually involved in the crash down in turn number 1. Now, the leader of the race is Kyle Petty, and he did make a pit stop.
No, that's kind of confusing because we eavesdropped on his radio, and they was talking about a gas-only stop 4 or 5 laps ago. But the caution comes up 2 laps later, and he don't pit. I really don't understand what's going on.
Well, now maybe he's going to wait till near the end of this caution, then come in and get his gas, although they will certainly give up track position, but he will have some more laps included there, so it'll be interesting to see.
You mean to tell me that our Winston Cup point leader was in that crash? I didn't see him in that crash.
He supposedly took some evasive action and went down into the grassy area.
Here comes Kyle in the pits.
Yep, and here comes Jimmy Horton and Michael Waltrip also.
There's going to be a quick caution again.
Let's listen.
Okay, guys, 4 tires. Let's make it a quick one. We got to get caught back up.
1 lap to green.
This will give Davey Allison the lead as we watch Kyle Petty's pit stop. We heard Jerry Nelson say they're going to take on 4 tires.
And again, as Jerry explained, we will hear nothing during this stop unless there is a problem. We will hear Gary Nelson say, go, 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 when the service has been completed.
Okay, let's go.
Pretty simple that time. Let's go.
21 and
right on that then. Now, fans might wonder how Davey Allison got the lead. You know, not long ago, we saw him come into the pits, and not many others did make a pit stop. Well, then after that other caution, or after this caution, everybody but Kyle Petty did come in as the leaders. And now Kyle Petty has come in. Davey Allison had just made a pit stop not long ago. Harry Gant had made a pit stop during that last caution. So had Bobby Hillen. So they're up there in the first 4 positions. Let's go back to the pit and Jerry Punch.
Well, where's Gary Nelson? Gary, you waited a few laps to pit under this yellow. Why?
Well, if we had stopped when the yellow first came out, and then we had one more stop before the end of the race, we would have run out of gas with about 3 laps to go. So we had to sit out there and wait till the very last lap of the caution and get gas. And now we can make it with 1 stop just to the finish. It'll be close as it is.
Some close calculations here in the Peak pits.
But that explains the strategy employed by Gary Nelson and the Peak crew.
And I made a good guess that.
Yes, you did.
You say something, maybe you're 50-50. You got a 50-50 chance of being right.
You hit that one on the head.
But he certainly did give up a lot of track position. But that car is running well and handling well. There are 20 cars still in the lead lap. Morgan Shepherd, of course, was one of the cars a while ago when we were saying 20 cars in the lead lap. Of course, he now is not, but Ricky Rudd got back in the lead lap, so he replaced Morgan Shepherd, so there's still 20 in the lead lap.
And he moves into 13th position, Ricky Rudd does, as we get set to go back to green.
But see, what Gary Nelson just said means that Davey Allison, Harry Gant, and Bobby Hillen has to stop twice.
Yep.
Right.
That's just what you're, and I don't understand.
And this thing goes green the rest of the way. You know, who knows? Gas mileage has definitely played a part here at Pocono in the past. The green flag is out.
Unbelievable. There are 7 cars wide through this.
That was a terrible start. Somebody evidently brought them down too slow or something, because it was a terrible start. They were all messed up.
It was Davey Allison's call. He was the man who was leading the race. He was the boss.
And he has the lead with now Harry Gant running in 2nd spot. Bobby Hillen shown in 3rd.
Now they should have to make 2 more pit stops here.
2nd car there is Dick Trickle. He is not on the lead lap.
He should be running in 21st position. He's the first car, 1 lap down. Then Dale Jarrett will be 22nd. He's the second. No, I beg your pardon. Brett Bodine and then Dale Jarrett.
Let's take a look at that restart again and show you how they got about 7 abreast as they came off the 3rd corner. Watch Dave. Look at Davey weaving.
I don't know. Maybe he feels like he has a problem or something.
Sort of checking his tires out.
And now he gets his car in shape. But look, they're all trying to start in the back. And look what a restart. Ricky Rudd almost ran right in the back of Greg Sachs.
It's a wonder we didn't have a major incident with cars running into the back of each other on that little restart. All right, Harry Gant now disposes of a couple of slower cars, and he has clear sailing between himself and the leader, Davey Allison.
But I tell you what, if this plays like it has most of the day, he's not going to catch Davey Allison.
Davey has been fast, no doubt about it. This is the first time that he's led. He had the lead twice on the lap earlier, in case some fans just joined us, but he didn't get back to the start-finish line in front, so it didn't count. But now he has picked up 5 Winston Cup bonus points as a result of leading at least a lap, and he has himself a pretty good lead right now.
Let's do a lap time on Davey here and see how fast he is running. He's out there in clear air and clean racetrack. We've seen a 59-second lap, about 152 miles an hour. We'll see how fast this lap is.
Sterling Marlin, who was running in the 4th position, is in the pits. An unscheduled pit stop for him. It looks like left side tires on the Sunoco Ultra Oldsmobile.
Michael Waltrip also comes in for a quick stop. He rolls back into action.
That might have been a stop and go on Michael. I don't know. He really was one of those that really made a big jump on that restart.
He was pretty quick, I know that. There goes Sterling back out on the racetrack. Here is Davey Allison headed for turn number 3. Flat, 6 degrees of banking here. The radius 800 feet in this wide 3rd turn. It's not going to be a real fast lap, that's for sure.
Well, I don't know. faster than we've seen today.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is. It's 58.1 to 154.1, so it is a good lap.
You got a real feel for this game, don't you, Jenkins?
There was a little bit of confusion when Sterling Marlin came in for his stop just moments ago.
The guy's trying to give him a...
Oh, yeah, look, there was no tire ready for the tire man on the left front of the car.
No. Man.
John Kernan, what's going on down there?
Well, Bobby cut down a left rear tire. Now, as we zoom in here, you can see where it just looks like he ran over a pebble maybe and took a notch right out of the rubber, and that is the problem on the Sterling Marlin car.
And that's very similar to what you showed us, Ned, at the very beginning of the program, these very small holes that can play havoc with the tires. Dale Earnhardt, Greg Sachs battle for position. There's Terry Labonte in car number 1.
Richard Petty in front of this group. Ricky Rudd. Sachs is just mired back in this group and can't get by. And maybe that's Earnhardt's problem as well. Oh, Kyle Petty
just blew up. Kyle Petty just blew up at the end of the straightaway. And a yellow flag comes out.
We're all right, Steve? Yeah, we're all right. Both you guys keyed over each other. Counted the drive and all, I think we're blown all the way up. That's blown all the way up, Gary. I'm not involved. Coast in at the tunnel there. We'll meet you.
Now, Gary Nelson was talking to the spotter there a moment ago because Kyle had gotten out of his sight and wanted to know if he was okay. Maybe it spun going into the turn and everything.
Everything was going good today. We had him on that gas deal. Everything else went good. First time to drop out this year, I think we've done real good.
Yeah, that strategy that he planned there just a few laps ago now is all for naught.
Isn't that great communication with his crew, though? Hey, guys, this is the first time we've fallen out all year. We had them today. The crew at least will go home feeling sorry about the engine going, but realizing that it finished.
Let's go to Jerry Punch.
When you consider the effort they put in this year, you were talking about it, Benny and Bob. I mean, there's only one driver who's running at the finish of every single race in 1990. That was Kyle Petty until today. He had was 6th in the points and had 9 top 10 finishes, including that dominating win up at Rockingham. But bad luck strikes them at Pocono. But they, as Gary Nelson says, they thought they had a strategy there. They had calculated the fuel mileage, thought they may be able to pull it off and get a win here in Pocono.
So Gary obviously very disappointed. So is Kyle as he pulls the Peak Pontiac off of the track. We are under caution for a 7th time this afternoon because Kyle Petty's engine blew up and he is out of the race. We'll be back with more right after this.
At Midas, we do brake work, not guesswork. That's why we give you a good price after we pull all 4 wheels and give you a free inspection. Then we spell out exactly what you're going to need, exactly what we're going to do, and exactly what it's going to cost. No surprises. We road test the job and guarantee every brake shoe and pad for as long as you own your car. Sure, we want your business, but not at the expense of your safety. Nobody beats Midas. Nobody.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Doors.
I love the wiser folk, just look and see. It's a doorknob, it's a deadbolt, it's extra security. No new hole to drill, so easy to install. Replace your old knob with wiser bolt, baby, it won't hurt at all.
Wiser Bolt from Wiser Lock, the world's only entrance lock with a built-in security deadbolt. To find out how you can get a $5 to $50 check back, just call 1-800-458-LOCK, your nearest Wiser Bolt dealer.
Frank, I send you for a Bud Light, and you bring back...
Well, Bud Light won't fill you up, never lets you down.
So, there are no men here, there's an unlimited supply of Bud Light, and we can never leave.
Correct. Everything else is just a light.
We can live with that. Yeah.
We begin the second half of the 1990 Winston Cup season here at Pocono International Raceway today. Live coverage of the AC Spark Plug 500. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Olympic, the family of stain products that protect your home from damage rain can do. Olympic stops the rain. By Parts Plus, for name brands you can rely on, go to Parts Plus, America's family of auto parts stores. And by First Brands Corporation, makers of STP oil treatment. Davey Allison leads the AC Spark Plug 500, followed by Harry Gant, Jeff Bodine, Derek Cope, and Bill Elliott. 6 through 10, Ricky Rudd, Dale Earnhardt, Richard Petty is running 8th, then Butch Miller and Sterling Marlin. We'll be back right after this.
Of Thunder, this summer's most exciting movie. Now get a rare on-location look as NASCAR goes Hollywood. It's an insider's look at auto racing and movie making with exciting behind-the-scenes footage available only on this ESPN home video. NASCAR goes Hollywood, the making of Days of Thunder, only $19.95. Order yours today. Call 1-800-255-8300.
Call now and you can have 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and this valuable 120-page guide to understanding money and markets. That's 13 weeks of the Journal for the news and ideas you need every business day. And this guide free, which tells you everything you want to know about money and markets, now for only $34. Call toll-free 800-832-8700. Today's Wall Street Journal. Faster, tougher, smarter. Call 800-832-8700 now.
ESPN and the NFL team up once again for hard-hitting preseason excitement that makes this summer even hotter. The Denver Broncos, the AFC champions, mount the charge to finally achieve that one super season. The Seattle Seahawks will try to send a message to their AFC West rivals that this year they mean business. The Broncos battle the Seahawks in the American Bowl live from Tokyo. Saturday night, August 4th on ESPN.
134 laps are complete here, and next time around, the field will get the green flag. Let's go down to John Kernan, who's with Jake Elder.
Well, Jake, we were all speculating you might be in here for fuel. Why didn't you bring Davey in?
Well, we got a pretty good field position right now, and we're going to gamble on another caution later on. If we don't, we're going to have to stop twice. The rest are going to have to stop one time. But that's what Davey wanted to do, so that's racing.
Yeah, you talked to Davey. I heard him, and he said leave it up to what Davey wanted to do, and so they decided to stay out and take a gamble, roll the dice just a little bit here at Pocono.
So Davey is thinking that there will be at least one more caution before the end of the race, but if there isn't, well, he may have guessed wrong.
Well, I mean, I don't understand it because they have the caution flag now. They have the opportunity to pit now, and if the caution flag doesn't come out, they'll have to do it twice on the green. Jerry Punch has a comment.
You got to wonder what Robert Yates, who's the car owner there with the Davey Allison team, is thinking. This is the first race that Robert has missed that he owned that bought the team, and he is back in Charlotte after having foot surgery. The doctors demanded he stay off his foot and not come to Pocono, but they had recently hired Jake Elder to take over and help run the operation, and probably Robert is sitting back in his living room in Charlotte watching now, trying to decide whether he would have brought him in or not. So you got to wonder a little bit, the team dedicating this effort today to both Robert Yates, who is not here, and Herb Ebert, who had open heart surgery up in Michigan, is watching also.
Only time will tell who is the smartest one as the field comes down now for a green flag, a resumption of racing on the 135th lap. There are 19 cars currently on the lead lap. Dale Jarrett running 20th. He's a lap down. And Brett Bodine is also a lap down, running in 21st. Davey Allison, Harry Gant, and Jeff Bodine are the first three. Then comes Derek Cope and Bill Elliott.
Cope hung on the outside. He was able to get by Dale Jarrett. Not able to do anything with Brett Bodine so far.
He'll fall in behind Brett as they go through the tunnel turn and then possibly make a move between turns 2 and 3. Takes a look to the inside of Brett, but doesn't make an attempt to pass. A great shot from the bumper cam.
Well, you can see how the front end of those cars really get beat up.
back on Derek Cope.
Boy, I tell you, if we watch all this scramble going down into turn one, we talked about Dale Earnhardt and the good jumps that he has gotten in the past. Let's look at how far Davey Allison is out before he got himself a good jump, too.
Harry Gant, the winner here about a month ago, 5 weeks ago to be exact, running second at the moment. But he has his hands full with Jeff Bodine, who has been one of the more dominant cars in this event.
The oldest driver to ever win a Winston Cup event. Harry is 50 years old.
Just edged out Bobby Allison by a few months.
Bobby won the Daytona 500 when he was 50, and Harry Gant was, as you mentioned, 3 or 4 months older. Oh, Jeff Bodine goes right by it. Woo. Did you see that?
Man, just like a shot out of a cannon.
I think Harry thought that he had a little more position on him than he had, and Harry backed off of there, and Jeff just drove her on down in there. I think Harry really thought that Jeff was a little further up the side of him than he really was.
Bodine goes to second. Now it's Allison, and then you can throw a blanket over these next 3. Jeff, Harry, and Derek.
Say what, I don't guess we've talked that much about Derek Cope, but he also has had a great run today.
Yeah, he really has, and he'd like to record his 3rd Winston Cup win here this afternoon. Meanwhile, Richard Petty, look at him!
Ooh, 3 abreast.
4 abreast.
Back out, Dale Jarrett.
Somebody back out.
Dale Jarrett, back out, please. He did.
Oh, and now the king. Oh, we got a spin.
Sterling Marlin gets under Dale Jarrett there and touches him around he goes.
And several cars head for the infield. Alan Kowicki is involved. Ernie Irvin is involved again. I believe so is Rob Moroso. And Ken Reagan.
Sachs. That's Greg Sachs.
Oh,
against the wall with heavy damage. And Rob Moroso's car's on fire.
Rob, the right rear of his car. He was involved in that other multi-car wreck going down into turn 1, a victim of circumstances here once again.
Come on, fire truck, get out there.
Fire coming from the right side. Now we see, well he's going to drive it away.
He fired the car up. That's what happened, and it put the fire out.
So Rob Moroso drives away.
Here I am scared to death when he starts the car up and drives off.
Boy. But it appears as if
Alan Kowicki was in that wreck, too. He's in the pits with a lot of major damage to the car.
Appears as if Greg Sachs came out on the short end of this. Let's take a look at it once again.
Okay, Sterling Marling starting to move on the inside of Dale Jarrett, and he clips him and turns him around right in front of a big pack of cars.
And all these cars behind with no place to go start backing off, and tough break.
Now from another angle, we'll watch it again. There's a contact between Sterling Marlin and Dale Jarrett.
And Rusty Wallace just barely gets through that.
So did Jimmy Horton, the 17 car. Marlin appeared to escape sort of unscathed. Here you can see Alan Kowicki spinning.
Ken Schrader down through the grass.
Yeah, that's the white car on the right side, white and green car on the right side of your screen. Ernie Irvin has just been involved in everything here today. He's been at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, we again have it from his in-car camera. Let's listen.
Someone ran in the back of Ernie as he was going in the corner.
Rob Moroso. Yep. Ernie saying, oh boy, here we go again. Well, there's Greg Sachs' car. His definitely the heaviest damaged of any. Here comes Davey Allison in for a pit stop.
Davey pulls the Haviland Ford in. It's expected to be a 4-tire change. Yes, it will be. The right side tires coming off, going on. Left side lugs are off. 2 cans of fuel going in. They will be able to make it with just one more pit stop. Now, remember we talked about rolling the dice and taking the gamble. Well, Davey sure rolled the dice, and he won the gamble for the time being as he did get that caution. 33 pitting right behind Davey is down on the bottom, and he's taking on 4 tires as well. Left sides are on, and Gant is away.
And you know, fellas, if Davey Allison had stopped during that last caution, he could have been in that wreck. He'd been back to the back of the pack.
You're right. There goes Rusty Wallace out.
Man, what a great point. That is a great point. You're right. He, no doubt, would have been in the crash.
So Jake Elder, well, Davey, they said, made the call, so good call.
All right, our Western Auto race recap as one of the cars gets on the hook. That's just before the caution came out. We had 9 The leader had led 9 of the 135 laps, Davey Allison. 6 cautions for a total of 21 laps. 19 cars were on the lead lap, and the average speed of the race, a little over 124 miles an hour. The lap leaders, Jeff Bodine, Sachs, Earnhardt, Ken Schrader, and Jimmy Spencer. Also, Rusty Wallace, Davey Allison, and Kyle Petty. Those that dropped out of the race, Dick Johnson, a crash early. Then Randy LaJoie, Tommy Riggins, Morgan Shepherd also involved in the crash. Kyle Petty had an engine release on him. And the Mechanic of the Year standings show that Robin Pemberton of Mark Martin's crew leading the Mechanic of the Year standings. Tim Brewer second, followed by Gary Nelson, Tony Glover, and Andy Petrie. Pretty close competition. There are only 66 laps separating the first two, and there is Greg Sachs' badly damaged Slim Fast Chevrolet as he was involved in that incident up in turn number 2.
And of course, he will be added to that list of those out of the race and perhaps others from this crash.
Oh, I tell you, Ernie Ehrman has been involved in 2 incidents now and still is out there.
2 major incidents and a flat tire that brought out a caution earlier. And here's Alan Quick. He's still out there running with the back end bashed in on his Z-Rex Ford.
And there is the in-car camera from Brett Bodine's Quaker State Buick. So, after running several green flag laps, we've had several cautions here in the distant future. We'll be right back.
To be the official auto parts and service store of NASCAR, it takes the right parts at the right price. Right, Smokey?
Right, Darrell.
And the right tires. Right, Junior?
Right, DW.
And the right price and selection on name brand products. Right, buddy?
Right, Darrell. This week at Western Auto, AC spark plugs are just 89 cents. AC spark plugs don't just fit, they match.
And the right service crew to keep you running strong. Right, Jeff?
Right, Darrell.
That's why I take our car to Western Auto. Right, Stevie?
Wrong, Darrell. I take it to Western Auto.
Don't stop short of the peak, 'cause second best won't do. There's a pride in peak performance.
Take more than 650 horsepower, wide open, for 500 miles. You need maximum protection to cool it.
I want the maximum going for me. That's why I've got Peak on my car and in my car every time.
Don't stop short of the peak. No, don't stop short of the peak.
Hey, Mike, hand me my channel lock pliers.
Tommy, give me that plier over there with the blue handles. What kind of pliers is that? These are channel lock tone and groove pliers. My dad uses them on his race car, too.
For the tough jobs and the small jobs, reach for Channel Lock, the handiest plier of them all.
Hey, guys, anybody seen the channel lock pliers?
Channel Lock. Be sure you're getting genuine Channel Lock pliers. Look for this trademark.
How fast and portable are Wagner's new cordless power painting systems? Just watch. The new cordless power roller automatically pumps paint to cover quickly and easily, with no runs or drips. The new cordless power brush is perfect for trimming any job, big or small. There's no better way to finish a job with flying colors. Anywhere. Cordless power painting from Wagner. Not just a whole lot faster, a whole lot better.
60 more laps to go in the AC Sparkplug 500 Winston Cup race here at Pocono International Raceway. And coming up later this afternoon here on ESPN, the Farmore at Youngstown LPGA. That'll be live right after our Winston Cup race at 4:30 Eastern Time. Then tonight, baseball at 8 o'clock live, the Boston Red Sox against the Kansas City Royals. And then at midnight Eastern Time, it's the IndyCar race. It's being run this afternoon in Toronto. You'll see the same-day delay coverage of that at midnight tonight Eastern Time. Boy, it has been a tough day for Ernie Ehrman. He has been involved in 2 multi-car crashes during the afternoon, but persistence is paying off. He is still out there. This was earlier today from the in-car camera. And the incident he was involved in turn 1.
Yeah, he goes down. He sees the wreck up ahead of him. He slows down some, but not enough. He goes down on the inside in the grass, and slings up some mud, and scrambles around, and then gets to going again.
And now, just moments ago, this is what happened in the tunnel turn 2.
Well, that's when Dale Jarrett and Sterling Marlin got together up there. He couldn't see right there. And then he got hit from behind by Rob Moroso. engine off. You can see the red light there. So he got her fired, brought it on around, and is still out there with that battered Oldsmobile.
So when we come down for a restart, it'll be Jeff Bodine in number 11 leading, and Derek Cope in number 10 running in second position. Now remember that Davey Allison and Harry Gant made pit stops.
When we saw the accident just a moment ago, the last instant from the inside of the Ernie Irvin car, the yellow or orange car we saw backing in the wall was Greg Sachs. And I just talked to a spotter up on the roof, and he said that Greg told him, "I'm hurting," and they've taken him to the hospital. So we are waiting to get the latest word for you on Sachs. But he was talking to the crewman and said, "You know, I've hit the wall awfully hard."
We'll hope for the best from Greg Sachs as he visits the infield hospital here and gets checked over. Bill Elliott lined up third. Fourth is Mark Martin, the pole sitter this race. In fifth position is going to be Bobby Hillen. Sixth would be Terry Labonte. Seventh, Dale Earnhardt. Then eighth would be Davey Allison. Ninth, Ricky Rudd. And 10th, Harry Gant as they come off of corner number 3 and look for the green flag.
Rusty Wallace would be 11th. Sterling Marlin 12th. And Richard Petty 13th. 17 cars for the lap.
And here's a green flag. We are back to racing.
Dale Earnhardt went from the outside to the inside, trying to get the position. He goes by the Dale Jarrett, and Davey Allison comes along with him.
Two abreast through turn number 1.
Man, Davey wants this one bad.
Got to be brave to do that.
Sure have. Boy, I tell you, the restarts here are something else. Scrambling.
Dale Jarrett and Sterling Marlin, who triggered that multi-car accident, both escaped rather unscathed from the incident.
Ooh! Who was that? Dick Trickle or 57 Jimmy Spencer? Almost in the wall.
Man,
up in the...
man.
Oh, look, Cope!
Gary Cope is about to take the lead away from Jeff Bodine. Here they come through turn number 3.
Side by side. Who's going to lead, Bob?
Here they come down the straightaway. At the line, Jeff by about a fender.
But Derek Cope has position. If he can just stay there, he'll have the lead going down in turn 1. Let's see.
That's Dick Trickle right on Derek Cope's back bumper. Now, Dick is not on the lead lap. He is 18th.
He's 1 lap down.
Now Derek has a lead.
If he can get back to the start-finish line, he'll get credited for it.
Let's take a look at what happened to Jimmy Spencer coming off the tunnel turn.
He just gets the car out. He's on the outside of someone. Dick Trickle, I guess it is.
Yep.
Almost got in the fence.
Boy, he kicked up some dust that was way up there by the wall out of turn 2.
He used some of his modified driving experience
sure
to pull
did.
that thing back.
He is one of 5 former Race of Champion winners. Race of Champions, a big modified race here at Pocono in the 3/4 mile in this Winston Cup race today. Now here comes Derek, and he'll be credited this time with 5 bonus points. He leads. Here comes Bill Elliott going low on the main straightaway.
You know, we haven't heard a great deal from Bill today, but he's beginning to flex his muscles a little bit now.
He sure is. Bill Elliott is 3rd. Mark Martin 4th and Davey Allison 5th, but the first 2 have taken off. And look at this traffic from Brett Bodine's perspective.
Boy. Hey, well, come on, guys.
Ooh, that looks almost like Daytona the first lap.
Oh, here's another Sterling Marlin, not again on the inside.
Well, he made the pass.
And there's Terry Labonte.
Yeah, Brett Bodine just hung out there on the outside. He let him go, but Labonte went a little wide, and here comes Brett Bodine back on the inside.
From the looks of some of these cars out there, we're at Martinsville or North Wilkesboro. Looks like short track with all the bumps and damage on some of the cars.
Bodine obviously made the pass, otherwise he'd have crashed by now.
That's a good point.
There's the king.
There's some pretty good damage on the right front of the car behind Richard.
Boy, it sure is. We're watching the bumper cam from Brett Bodine's car.
Richard Petty having himself a good run here today.
Sure is. He's staying on the lead lap.
Yes, sir.
13th unofficially. is the king. Closing right in on Brett Bodine.
That's Kenny Schrader back there.
Yeah, it is.
Yes,
I thought it was, but I didn't want to stick my neck out, but it is Kenny Schrader.
Yeah, Richard has a little damage to his car. He fixed the nose rod up there. We talked about Earnhardt being an intimidator. Yeah. Richard can do a little bit of that, too.
Derek Cope continues to lead. These two guys are not fighting for position. Brett Bodine is a lap down, but certainly is giving us great shots from that bumper can.
That looks like Shamu, that fellow we had down in Daytona last week, driving up behind Brett Bodine.
And look at Hut Strickland there running right behind them. He's also having a very good run today.
He is 14th. Let's see how our front duo are doing, and as we do, it appears as if Jeff is going to take the lead back from Cope. He does.
Wow, he just drove right on past him with authority, no question.
We have seen that on a couple of occasions. Somebody gets on the inside going through the tunnel turn, and they just zoom around the guy that they're passing, and that's what happened as Jeff Bodine took the lead back from Derek Cope in the AC Spark Plug 500.
Pronto Auto Parts. From coast to coast, your local Pronto Auto Parts store features friendly service and quality auto parts at lower prices.
A Motorcraft spark plug has to fire 500 times a minute. Over its life, that's a spark 5 miles long. Shouldn't you install that peace of mind? Motorcraft quality parts from Ford.
When you need to know about auto parts, ask the pro at Pronto.
You're looking at precision equipment. Precision equipment for precision engines. Exxon gasoline. Because the more sophisticated today's precision engines are, the more sophisticated today's fuel must be. Exxon gasolines. Precision equipment for precision engines. Just turn the key.
We're looking. We're looking. Yes, we are looking.
Come on.
I'm just looking for a push.
Big.
Set of eligible Yokohama tires, you get this motorsports jacket free. So get in gear. See your participating U.S. dealer for details.
It is Jeff Bodine leading the race. The real battle is for second position, and the man that's been on the move the last few laps is in third right now. That's Davey Allison, and the 10 car of Derek Cope appears to be a little loose at times.
Yeah, he's kicking the back end out a little bit as he comes off of he came off of turn 1 there. Let's see what he does through the turn 2, the tunnel turn they call it.
Boy, Allison has just really closed up on Derek in the last few laps. And now we may see a pass for second place here as Davey goes to the inside between turns 2 and 3, and he does. Davey Allison goes to second.
You can see the back end of the car number 10 of Derek Cope kick up just a little bit as he started off of that turn. That gave Davey Allison the open finish.
Now Allison will try to close in on the leader, Jeff Bodine.
That's Bill Elliott back in 4th spot. These are the first 4 cars, first 4 positions you're seeing. The 5th car, Dick Trickle, is not in the lead lap.
While we were gone, the 57 car of Jimmy Spencer, again with a problem. And watch the number 8 car of Bobby Hillen.
I think Spencer had a tire to go down. And then Hillen comes up on the outside, and on the outside of him was Rick Wilson, and Hillen really had to make an evasive move, and he made a good move.
What happened to Spencer, Ned, is he hit the wall coming off the tunnel corner, knocked the quarter panel in on the tire, and had to come in to make a pit stop.
Derek Cope Number 10, the Purolator Chevy, now finds himself in third spot. We've got less than 50 laps to go in this one.
One more pit stop really needed. Everyone.
Tell you what, Coach's not doing a bad job for a car that's just not exactly right at the present time.
Take a couple of weeks off from our Winston Cup coverage. Our next televised event will be at the road course at Watkins Glen, New York.
Who are you going to bet on up there, Rusty Wallace or Ricky Rudd? They've won what?
Yeah.
The last 8 road courses?
Probably Rusty. He won, of course, at Sears Point.
Here's a good battle. Watch
Yeah.
Bobby Hillin trying to move on the inside of Dale Earnhardt. They're battling for the 9th position, but he couldn't quite make the move then. Now, Earnhardt has been up there working on Sterling Marlin, who's running in front of him. Marlin now is a little bit out in front of him, but Hillin having a very good run here today.
He did at Daytona a couple of weeks ago.
Hey, who won the car, Bob?
Well, it says here, is that Tom Katona from Daytona Beach?
I'll bet you that's Iggy Katona's grandson.
Wow. How
I'll
about
bet you that because his son Ronnie lives in Daytona Beach, Florida.
How about that? 26 years old.
I used to race against his grandpa. Oh, no, I shouldn't say that.
You
take that back.
Well, congratulations to Tom, who has won a Pontiac Grand Prix in the Gillette Halfway Challenge. How about that?
Still a good 3-car battle here between Sterling Marlin in car number 94, Dale Earnhardt in car number 3, and Bobby Hillin in car number 8. Earnhardt beginning to work on Sterling Marlin a little bit. Hillin just sitting there waiting for either of them to make a mistake.
I thought somebody was pulling my leg when they showed me Katona from Daytona 1, but it does say here his grandfather is Iggy Katona, who ran ARCA many, many years and probably beat Benny Parsons many times. Right,
Yeah,
Benny?
exactly.
Hillen's still working on Earnhardt.
Iggy Katona retired from race car driving when he was about 60, went up northern Michigan, started racing snowmobiles. That's true.
Boy, I remember that name when I was growing up. He won a lot of races in the Midwest.
Now look, Gant has joined that trio, and Richard Petty is not that far behind.
Marlin, Earnhardt, Hillen, Gant, and Petty.
And these are all for position, right?
Yes, sir, they sure are.
That is 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th.
Here, I think Dale's got him. He's got a shot.
Earnhardt looking to the inside.
He'll cut him off. Sterling cut him off. He did. But he better not make a mistake, because Earnhardt will stick the nose of that black Chevrolet right up under.
Let's see what happens here on the front stretch. Marlin with a little bit of a bobble coming off the third turn, but instead he stretches the advantage over Earnhardt just a little bit.
He moves down to get some draft off Mike Potter. But you can see they've adjusted on the Earnhardt car, because remember early in the race, he was just sideways coming off the corner.
Yeah.
Now he's able to get off pretty straight.
He had a serious handling problem early in the race, but they have corrected it. And they've kept him on the lead lap through all of the pit stops that he made to get the chassis adjustment correct. Up front, meanwhile, Davey Allison is indeed closing in on Jeff Bodine. Gary Koch continues to run in third position, but there is the interval between first and second place. Jeff Bodine leading this 500-mile race here at Pocono over Davey Allison. Back with more in just a moment.
In a civilized society, a personal grooming lapse can result in a mortifying loss of station, so it behooves one to emanate the proper air. But with Right Guard Sports Stick, one gets maximum protection, and with a plethora of ambrosial aromatics, it is virtually impossible to pick up the wrong scent. Well, off to the foxes. Right Guard Sports Stick.
Anything less would be uncivilized.
You don't have to worry when rain keeps pouring down, 'cause your home can take it, whatever comes around.
Olympic Oil Stain has pure linseed oil. Since oil and water don't mix, it helps stop water damage.
It's no wonder we'll stop the rain.
Olympic stops the rain.
Protect your home with Olympic products now and save an additional $2 per gallon.
Car is that? A lot of cars in this town need parts from Parts Plus. Take a hint from your car. Go to Parts Plus for the quality name brand auto parts you need. Because Parts Plus sells name brand auto parts with quality you can rely on. The same quality name brands used by professional race car drivers. So the next time your car needs auto parts, come to Parts Plus.
We're America's family of auto parts stores. Parts Plus. Don't stop short of the peak, 'cause second best won't do. There's a pride in peak performance.
Take more than 650 horsepower, wide open, for 500 miles. You need maximum protection to cool it.
I want the maximum going for me. That's why I've got Peak on my car and in my car every time.
Don't stop short of the peak. No, don't stop short of the peak.
Hard crash just out of the tunnel turn involving Sterling Marlin. He hit the wall very, very hard on the 156th lap. He's moving around inside the cockpit. Now, watch how this whole thing was set up.
We have been watching this battle between 4 or 5 cars, and Earnhardt finally got on the inside of Sterling Marlin as Marlin's car kicked out a little bit, so he made the pass. Here comes Harry Gant down on the inside of Bobby Hillen to get by him, and then he jumps on the inside of Sterling Marlin as well, and then Marlin comes down and into Gant. They touch, and around Sterling Marlin goes.
Hard impact with the wall. Here it is from another angle. See Gant and Marlin touch.
Almost identical to the spin we saw a moment ago with Dale Jarrett and Sterling Marlin.
Now, one other car was involved in that. Rick Wilson spun and hit the inside retaining wall. There he is. He slid down and hit the inside wall, but not nearly as hard as Sterling Marlin did. Look at the activity on pit road. Jerry Punch.
Leaders are in the pit. Jeff Bodine, Budweiser, Chevrolet is getting service now. Car number 10, of course, Derek Cope on the bottom of your screen. Left side tires for Cope. That's the Buddy Parrott-led crew. Tim Brewer's crew. Left side tires, 4 tires for both of those cars. They are down and away. Great pit stop under caution.
Jeff was pitted further down the track, so he's going to get out sooner than Derek Cope. Let's watch them as they come out. There's the Jeff Bodine car. There's Derek. There's Davey Allison.
Got to give a call for that Derek Cope crew, that Purelator crew. Great job. Went in third, came out second.
Yep. Great job. There comes the King out, as well as Brett Bodine. Now, let's see. This is lap 157. 32 to go.
Well, 42.
42. You are great at mathematics.
The number 6 car of Mark Martin is right in the thick of things.
Hey, what is he, third?
Yep.
We haven't talked about this fella all day.
Well, he's been from the front to the back and back and forth in there, but no, Bob, if you were about to ask if they could make the rest of the way, I don't think they can.
Yep. Okay. And Mark Martin has his eye still on $60,800 in Unical bonus money. He was the pole sitter. He'll win that if he wins the race.
Attention all cat lovers, here it is, the Cat and Mouse Watch. What a charming way to keep perfect time. It gives you seconds just as precisely, but more playfully than other watches. And it's lavished with quality features to combine a unique style with amazing accuracy. In fact, we guarantee the accuracy of your heirloom watch with a no-nonsense 25-year refund policy. You'll thrill to loving details like the sable gray leatherette strap and the gleaming gold tone case and superb imported quartz movement. Now, on this special TV offer, you get a genuine cat and mouse watch, complete with its own personal and numbered certificate of authenticity. All for the unbelievable price of just $19.99. So don't lose time. Have your credit card ready and call now for rush delivery. To order, have your credit card ready and call 1-800-346-3000 or send check or money order for $19.99 plus $4 shipping and handling to Cat and Mouse Watch, 1000 American Way, Roanoke, Virginia.
Defending champion Michael Andretti and Danny Sullivan test their skills on a gripping road course. They headline the field at the $1 Million Toronto Indy, Sunday at midnight Eastern on ESPN.
Here are the top 10 at the end of 157 laps is Jeff Bodine, followed by Derek Cope, Mark Martin, Davey Allison, and Bill Elliott. 6 through 10, Hut Strickland, Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, Harry Gant, and Dale Earnhardt. Yellow flag is still out because of the crash over in turn number 2 involving Sterling Marlin and Rick Wilson. There is the pole sitter of the race, Mark Martin, who finds himself all the way up in 3rd spot.
He's the only guy in the field's got a chance to win $60,800 in the Cal Challenge. The pole sitter, if he wins the race, wins that bonus. If he doesn't win it, it carries over to the next race.
Boy, you have to really have endurance and stamina to go through a 500-mile race on a track like this. We asked him about his physical fitness program.
Well, to begin with, let me explain that I have a very addictive personality, and that you know, I've been addicted to racing ever since I was a kid, and I've gotten into other things and become obsessed with them. You know, this is something that I do that is way overkill for a race car driver. You know, it's something that I like to do. Some people like to fish, and some people like to hunt, some people like to play golf, and I like to pump iron. I like it. I get a pump and I get a rush, and I get the same kind of challenges that I do from racing, lifting weights, and it's a tremendous challenge to me to weigh 140 pounds and bench press 225 pounds or squat 285 pounds. I mean, that's something. I started out 100 pounds less than that when I started out first lifting. Someday it'll be more than that, you know, if I keep it up. It's not something that is crucial to the performance of our race car. It's something that I've taken way beyond that.
And you can certainly tell that it pays off to be physically fit in a race like this here at Pocono. We will go green in less than a lap. In the meantime, another commercial break from Pocono International Raceway.
In a civilized society, a personal grooming lapse can result in a mortifying loss of station, so it behooves one to emanate the proper air. But with Right Guard Sports Stick, one gets maximum protection, and with a plethora of ambrosial aromatics, it is virtually impossible to pick up the wrong scent. Well, off to the foxes. Right Guard Sports Stick.
Anything less would be uncivilized.
Being a tough motor oil takes more than tough talk. Sure, one brand says it's for smaller cars, while Quaker State has been tested tough enough to exceed the most demanding specs for every size car sold in the U.S. Quaker State is one tough motor oil.
I don't worry about the quality of parts my mechanic uses. Put in whatever's cheapest, son. I'm gonna get rid of it once the ashtrays are full anyway.
Quality service starts with quality parts, and your Big A Pro's got them. So look for the sign of the Big A Pro.
There are the top 5 in Winston Cup points as we entered this event today, and on the right you can see where they are running. Mark Martin listed in 2nd position at the moment. Dale Earnhardt is running 10th. Rusty Wallace is 7th. Jeff Bodine 4th in Winston Cup points as the leader, and Morgan Shepherd is out of the race because of a crash earlier in the event. About to go back green again. On lap number 160, we'll have 40 more laps to go when they cross the line and get the flag. Jeff Bodine leads them down. 16 cars rather on the lead lap.
Trying his best to get by Mark Martin, and you know, they thought that transmission was going. Oh, there's Davey Allison trying to take that 3rd spot away.
Yeah, he went down to the inside, made a very good move after he crossed the start-finish line and motored right on around.
Davey Allison moves to 3rd.
They thought the transmission was going to be better on a restart, but I don't believe it was, Jack, if you watch the tape of this.
Mark Martin maintaining 2nd position, but Davey Allison is right there on the back bumper of that Ford. And now Davey Allison looks to the outside of Mark Martin, going down the backstretch between turns 2 and 3. Look at him thread the needle.
Wow, what a move from the outside to the inside. Took 2 cars in that turn.
Unbelievable. Did you see that?
Now here is the restart, and we'll watch Mark Martin.
See, those cars behind him are just wanting desperately to get by. But Cope can't get by, and while he's messing around trying to get by Mark, Davey goes to the inside of the 57, gets on the inside of him.
Boy, he made 2 great moves on that lap.
He sure did.
Yep. So it's Bodine now, followed closely by Davey Allison, and you got to think that Allison is the strongest car out here this afternoon. These two are pretty equally matched, but I think maybe Davey has a slight advantage.
Well, Jeff has certainly led more laps than anyone else, but Davey has been caught back in the field quite a bit. But we'll see now, because we're getting down to tail time.
We saw Davey Allison's car bobble just a little bit coming off the second corner. That wasn't chassis. That was adrenaline. He wants that lead.
Talk about adrenaline. He had to have it to make this move.
On the outside of Mark Martin, where you don't pass on the outside, and then right down on the inside of Dick Trickle, the lap car.
Now, Davey looks to the inside at the end of the front stretch. Into turn number 1. They go through the turn nearly side by side. Allison still trying to take over the lead. Gets the left side tires into the rumble strips just slightly. They're still side by side as they race down Long Pond straightaway. Mark Martin is watching things in 3rd position. Davey has it.
Really got a great bite off that second corner and was able to pass Jeff Bodine. Wow. Car is working today.
Well, he's got a good set of tires on the car now because he is getting good traction off the turns. He's able to cut it left when he needs to go left and still get traction.
Everybody will need one more pit stop before this race is over.
Yeah, well, we say everybody. Yeah, there might be a couple of them that'll try to go to him if there's not another caution.
Now look at this. It's Ricky Rudd, Gary Cope, and Harry Gant in a tight battle for position.
Harry Gant don't know who to follow, does he? Look, he just goes back and forth from one to the other.
This is for 5th spot.
He's going by on the outside of Cope down in turn. No.
He thought better of that. But he thought about it for a minute, didn't he? He really put her out there, but
he had that in mind.
He forgot that they parked back off there, and he did.
Harry Gant not out of this race by any means. He won here earlier this year.
Right behind Harry Gant, we saw just a glimpse of Dale Earnhardt. Goodwrench Chevrolet.
Far right. He closes right in on Harry. So Harry Gant knows how to drive this racetrack, and he knows how to win a race. And we ask him, is the key to winning here taking care of your car early and then going for it late?
Well, that's what you want to do here, basically, is try to avoid any, running off the track and any kind of accidents and stay in the lead lap. It's a pretty long race, when you're 500 here, but to be there at the last 200 and really do your biggest race in the last 100, 200 miles is the best way. I think that's the way I try to do it.
So Harry may be just biding his time here, staying close to the front. We may see more from Harry Gant as the laps flick off. Meanwhile, still up front, it is Rusty Wallace now making a move. He is in 4th position.
And he just isn't that far back because here's our leader, Davey Allison, Jeff Bodine.
165 laps are completed. 165 laps down, and Davey Allison shows the way. Still got a lot more action to cover for you from the AC Spark Plug 500. Stay with us.
We tested STP oil treatment under the worst possible conditions. In the taxi cabs in New York City. The result? Engine lift to wear was reduced by up to 50%. And now there's an STP for your newer car, too.
Summer heat can wreak havoc on house paint, so choose Weather Beater.
Come to Sears Summer National Paint Sale. We've reduced our Weather Beater flat finish paint to just $11.76.
So see you at Sears.
Sale ends July 28th. Hurry. What could a sleek Jaguar have in common with a fat cat that a dashing deer has in common with a nimble ram and a big bad bulldog has in common with a cute little rabbit? The same quality filter protection you can give whatever animal it is you drive. From Purolator, the world's largest filter company.
First four cars remain very close on the track. Davey Allison, followed by Jeff Bodine. Third is Mark Martin, and fourth is Rusty Wallace.
And you're right, Bob. There they are, all four of them. Within what is that, 30, 40 car lengths?
Close enough that either one of them can go up there and take the lead.
Not too far behind in fifth is Ricky Rudd, and here is Hut Strickland with a problem.
Oh, no.
He has had such a good run, running in 14th position, still one of the cars in the lead lap.
Harry Gant passed Derek Cope, and he now is in sixth. Harry Gant in sixth position. Car number 33, this old bandit Oldsmobile. Jimmy Spencer heads for pit road as we watch the action on the racetrack. Dale Earnhardt now closes in on Derek Cope.
That's the sixth spot. I think that's the seventh spot, isn't it?
Yep. Brett Bodine, the Quaker State Buick, is back of those cars, watching all the action in front of him.
Earnhardt dives to the inside of Brett.
Boy, you're having a heck of a time, Derek Cope, today, aren't you?
Ooh, they might have touched just a little bit.
Oh, boy.
Cope's rear end goes out on this car a little bit, and Earnhardt takes advantage of it and moves to the inside.
Seventh position is what Dale and Derek Cope are fighting for. Cope with a fender advantage as they cross the line. Let's see how they shake out going into the first turn. And Dale Earnhardt has seventh. Derek Cope is eighth. Ninth is Ken Schrader. Brett Bodine, from whose car we're watching from, is not on the lead lap.
Terry Labonte is. He is running in the 10th position. Richard Daly's 11th. Bobby Hillman 12th. Bill Elliott 13th.
Let's see if these guys touched.
This is about as close as you ever get and not touch.
Yep.
What? This is just millimeters.
Oh, man.
And finishing out those in the top on the lead lap, having a good run today is Butch Miller, running on the lead lap in 14th position, and Alan Kowicki not running up to speed now, but still on the lead lap in 15th position.
And let's take a look at those who have dropped out of the race. Dick Johnson caused the crash. Randall Joy, Tommy Riggins involved in one of the multi-car tangles that we've had here. So is Morgan Shepherd. Kyle Petty lost an engine. Greg Sachs had a hard crash in the second corner. Rob Moroso, Jerry O'Neill, Sterling Marlin also with a crash in turn number 2. Rick Wilson was involved in that crash, and the most recent to retire from competition was Hut Strickland.
There are 3 cars, Bob, that are 1 lap down at the moment. We gave you the 15 that are in the lead lap. Dick Prickle is running 16th, 1 lap down. Brett Bodine is 17th, and Dale Jarrett 18th. Jarrett just lost a cylinder on the sit-go forward, so he's running a little bit slower now than before, but still out there running on 7 cylinders.
It's probably one of the most unique racetracks that Winston Cup competes on, Pocono International Raceway. 3 very distinct corners. We asked Jeff Bodine, is this a challenging track for you?
Race drivers like a challenge. That's why they like coming here to Pocono. You have 3 different corners, 3 different straightaways, different bankings. The tunnel turn, everyone says, is the hardest corner in NASCAR racing. So it's a real challenge to come here and go fast at Pocono. I enjoy it.
The comments from Jeff Bodine, and Benny, why is that second turn the most exciting, I think was a term he used in Winston Cup racing?
You think you can't make it? You think you cannot possibly make it through that corner. And you go and you, as we said a moment ago, you're running 170 miles an hour and you go through the corner about 145. This year, Mark Martin is pulled up on the back of Jeff Bodine because of the slow car up in the tunnel corner.
And Rusty Wallace is right there also.
Second, third, and fourth we're looking at.
The lead is held by Davey Allison. Less than 30 laps to go before the checkered flag falls. Let's look back here and check this two-car battle between the number 5 car of Ricky Rudd and the 33 of Harry Gant. This is for 5th position. Boy, it appeared as if Ricky Rudd was out of the race, or at least out of contention, because he struggled for many laps trying to get his lap back. He did, and now he's been up in the top 5 all since then.
They just lost 5th position to Harry Gant, but still running a very strong 6th.
Dick Rickle, 16th. He's a lap down.
Ricky cut a tire down early in the race, and they had to do some repair work on the car. He made an extended pit stop on the green, and that's what got him a lap down. But he worked and worked and worked, and finally got it back, and he's running very well since then.
Isn't it amazing the relative lack of success of the Rick Hendrick team this year?
Look at that. Rusty Wallace has just went in the 3rd, past Mark Martin. Think he's got something for him?
I wouldn't doubt it. He told us earlier in the weekend that he is going to be the man to beat in the second half of the season.
Jeff Bodine looks awfully good right now, though.
I tell you, these two Fords have been battling each other nearly all race long. First one leads, then the other. And now Jeff Bodine is in 2nd position, but only a few car lengths back.
You know, we gave you the first 18. Brian Ross, modified driver, is currently running in the 19th position. He is 2 laps down. Jimmy Means in the Alka-Seltzer Pontiac is running 20th. He, too, is 2 laps down. Jimmy Horton is 3 laps down in 21st place. Rick Mast, 22nd. Ken Schrader in 23rd. And Jimmy Spencer in the 24th position.
That's Ken Reagan in 23rd.
Thank you, Denny. You're right, Ken Reagan.
So the laps wind down here. We're nearing the end of this race. We'll show you the top 10, and we'll be back with more in just a moment. Stay with us.
Buy any original classic model Contour chair, and I, Art Linkletter, will send you your choice of a fabulous 19-inch Panasonic color TV, microwave oven,
or VCR. But don't buy a Contour chair for one of these.
Get one because it's the most restful, healthful chair you ever relaxed in. Contour chairs help to relieve low back pain, poor venous blood circulation in your legs, edema, and swelling of the legs.
Call toll-free and get full details on our fabulous offer.
I chose the Panasonic Color TV.
I took the VCR.
I got the microwave.
Hello. I'd like to have your catalog and certificate mailed to me free.
Certainly, sir.
See how easy it is? Call for your free catalog and certificate right away.
Call 1-800-368-8100. That's 1-800-368-8100, toll free. Call 1-800-368-8100.
Baseball tonight. Tuesday, Friday, doubleheader. Wednesday, nothing better. Catch it Sunday, watch the fun. Sunday night,
The Red Sox face the Royals on Sunday Night Baseball, live at 8 Eastern on ESPN.
Baseball tonight.
Well, a lot can happen in just a matter of moments, and a lot has here as Jeff Bodine has gone into the lead, Rusty Wallace has gone into 2nd, and Davey Allison has fallen back to 3rd. But now Davey looks to the inside and tries to get 2nd back.
That's what I was going to say. Now, don't speak so quickly because, look, no, you're right. You're right.
Here's what happened when Bodine got the lead, and Davey got a little bit out of shape.
Going in turn 1, watch this, folks. Talk about close. We see a little gap. Ooh, the gap goes away.
And Jeff Bodine was able to win the battle down the long straightaway and into turn number 1, and that's how he got the advantage that he holds right now. But Rusty Wallace is the one that's showing the power right now as he's moved to 2nd.
question I've got is which of these cars can go all the way, or can both of them go without making a pit stop for fuel? And Jerry Punch, do you have the answer?
Well, we're surveying a little bit, Vinny. It depends on how many poker players we have there in the pit. But what I understand is 3 of those top 4 cars are going to have to stop. We are told that the 6th car, the 27 car, and the 28 car will have to stop around lap 190 or 192. Now, Davey Allison apparently could run a little quicker than he's running right now. He's trying to conserve his tires for that final last 10-lap dash. He will have to come in and get about 5 gallons of fuel, according to Jake Eldner. Now, we are told by Tim Brewer, however, the Jeff Bodine crew chief, that they feel they get great gas mileage. Remember, I told you earlier that feature Headland motor in Junior Johnson's car. They feel they can go probably 41 laps. Now, they pitted on lap 157. That would make it 43 to the checkered flag. But with the caution flag, they may just roll the dice.
10 and 25 car in a real heated battle here, Jerry. And by the way, any information on Greg Sachs and his injuries as a result of that crash?
I talked to Rick Hendrick just a minute ago when he walked by me, and I walked over and asked him about Greg. And he said that the car was hurt pretty bad, that Greg's going to be very, very sore, but he appeared to be otherwise okay. No major injuries at all, and that's good news about Greg Sachs.
All right, thank you, Jerry. Great battle on the racetrack. Derek Cope, Ken Schrader, and the 9, Bill Elliott.
Now, Bill Elliott might be one that won't have to pit. He came in on the last lap, just before the green flag came out the last time, jacked the car up on the left side, put all the fuel in that they could stick into it, so he might be able to go. I'm sure he's going to gamble and try to.
He is looking for 9th position alongside Ken Schrader as they head for the tunnel turn, and Bill Elliott does go into 9th spot.
And up in front of him is the Derek Cope Purelator Chevrolet. Brett Bodine trying to get by Schrader, but I think Brett is a lap down. Schrader is a lead lap. Yes, he is.
But Brett Bodine goes inside of Ken Schrader and passes him. Bobby Hillen is the car on the right as we look out of Brett Bodine's back lap.
Hillen takes a spot away. That is for position.
So Schrader has fallen back here a couple of positions in the last few laps. Terry Cope is in 8th and number 10, and then Elliott. And here's a battle for the lead, and Rusty Wallace takes the lead. And I would have to say that the 77 car of Ken Reagan may have played a factor in that.
I think so. I think that Jeff Bodine went down in the corner and was hesitant to move up on the outside. Let Rusty Wallace close up. When he moved up on the outside, Rusty dove on the inside.
Let's take a look at it once again.
Yes, he's following the Ken Reagan automobile in there.
That was almost a wreck right there. Jeff wanted to get down to the inside of the racetrack. Thought Reagan, trying to call him Schrader again, would go down in there a little bit faster, but Reagan backed off thinking they were going to go on the outside of him, and Jeff ran in behind him and almost ran over him.
Looky here, watch this. Look at Rusty take Jeff way to the bottom of the racetrack. And Jeff's going to get the lead. Now, where is he?
Yes, I think he will. I think he'll. Well, I don't know.
My goodness.
Side by side. Now, folks, this is the first time I think we've seen 2 cars run through this corner side by side all day. Now, if they go, oh, don't tell me David's going to make it 3 of us.
Oh,
please don't.
No.
Well, he took the lead.
Wow.
Not on bound.
Rusty Wallace was leading the race the last time by, and currently he's 3rd.
Davey goes a little high. Bodine tries to come back down on the inside. Will he be able to make the pass? Yeah, looks like he will.
How many lead changes have we had in this lap? Man. So Jeff Bodine will come off the 3rd turn with the lead, and Davey Allison is 2nd with Wallace 3rd. But they are together like they're tied by a chain.
Now, Benny, as fast as they're running going into turn 2 over there, the drafting comes into play over there, doesn't it?
It does come into play, yes. I mean, we're talking about 180 miles an hour at the end of turn 1. So obviously, drafting makes a difference.
1 lap ago, here they came down the front stretch. And watch Rusty. He just heads for the bottom of the track, and Jeff had already committed to go that way, so he had to go with him.
He was trying desperately to keep Jeff behind him, but Jeff said, I want the lead, big guy. And meanwhile, Davey passed both of them.
Boy, this has been a very, very good race.
Mark Martin's back in the race.
And so is Harry Quinn.
Yeah. again, is not too far behind Mark Martin. So while they're dicing for those positions up there, well, those fellows have caught up to him.
First 5 cars right there. Let's go to John Kernan, who's with Barry Dotson.
Barry, those guys are going crazy out there, and there's still a few more laps to go.
Well, I think they all know it might come down to a gas and go. As far as we know, that's what's going to happen. Bill Elliott's in good shape, believe it or not. He came in with one to go and topped off, and we're concerned about him. Right now, we're just telling Rusty he's doing a good job. Save the tires, and let's do what we can in here for him.
Well, they say they will not be able to go the distance on the fuel that they have. They will have to make a stop about 10 laps from the end.
Well, if you have taken a nap or if you've taken a leisurely stroll outside and decided that this race wasn't all that great, don't go away for the last 19 laps because anything can happen. We've got 5 cars running right together. How many of them are going to have to stop for gas? Who's going to win? We'll be right back.
Lots of motor oils claim to be tough. Quaker State puts it in writing. Ask your participating service center about Quaker State's tough lubrication guarantee. Only a tough motor oil can make a guarantee this tough. Quaker State is one tough motor oil.
When this is the feeling of shaving, nothing feels better after. Aftershave skin conditioner.
I'm Menon.
What could this off-road vehicle possibly have in common with this off-road vehicle? The same quality filter protection you can give your car from Purelator, the world's largest filter company.
We hope you're enjoying today's live coverage of the AC Sparkplug 500 Winston Cup race, live from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you today by Budweiser, the king of beers. Remember, know when to say when. By Peak Antifreeze and Summer Coolant. And by Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil. Jeff Bodine leads the AC Sparkplug 500. 183 laps are completed, less than 17 to go.
And Harry Gant is the car on the move now. He's up to 4th spot, and I thought he was going to pass Rusty down the long corner, back straightaway. He is coming. He gets a tough break now, catches that slow car in the corner. Rusty caught him going in, so we can see how many positions, how many car lengths that loses him.
It's Jeff Bodine, Davey Allison, Rusty Wallace, and then Harry Gant. Mark Martin is next, then Dale Earnhardt, and Ricky Rudd.
Earnhardt and Rudd have caught this pack as well. Folks, all these cars are in the lead lap.
Now, a couple of cars, fellows, that was in the lead lap while we were on the break. Kenny Schrader and Terry Labonte both made pit stops. Now, I think they stayed in the lead. In fact, I'm sure they stayed in the lead lap, but they made their pit stops early.
Boy, there's just all kind of pit strategy being played out down there. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Tim Brewer.
Well, we heard that Barry Dotson, that said they're going to have to pit with Rusty Wallace. I talked to Jake Elder. They're going to pit with 10 laps to go. Now, Brewer is the big question here in the Budweiser pits. And, Tim, how about it? You were smiling a minute ago. What's the gas mileage look like?
I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, don't play poker with this guy. Yeah.
It's going to be close. Every time we get in these situations, we don't never seem to capitalize on the thing. So we're not going to sit here and debate one way or another. We're just going to play what the rest of those guys deal us and see who comes out on top.
He should be a politician, I believe, but I think what he's telling us is if they pit and we're out there, we're going to have to run out of gas and we're going to win this race.
He's non-committal, but yeah, I think that's exactly what he's saying. If somebody comes in, then we probably will too.
I don't have a clue what he said. I don't think he said anything.
Rusty Wallace chasing Davey Allison for 2nd position. Well, it's interesting, Jeff Bodine leading this race. The best starting position to have historically in this race, third. And that's exactly where Jeff Bodine started today. Most winners have come from the third position. Could happen again here today.
See that Jeff Bodine today has at one point ran 38 laps on a green flag stop. And that's longer than any of the other cars have been out there. But this is 41 laps, if I'm not mistaken, that he'd have to run from the last green flag lap after the caution to the 200.
I believe it's 43 since he came in, Benny.
Yeah, right.
They ran a couple laps under caution after that, so 3 of them, I think.
Here's a battle for second. Rusty Wallace takes second from Davey. Harry Gant now closes in on Allison. The race average speed 124.4 will be well off the record, which is 142.5. We've been slowed 9 times today by cautions.
I'll tell you what, folks, Davey Allison is going to try to make this all the way. Either that or his car is going to poke totally away. I think they've told him to just try to run about a 60-second lap, 61-second lap, and save all the fuel he can, and let's go the rest of the way, because they feel like Bill Elliott is going to be able to do it.
Well, let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Jake Gilder. We'll get that side of the story.
Well, let's check in with Jake. Jake, you guys are going to have to need a little bit of fuel here.
Yeah, we're going to hit on 189.
So about 2 laps away that pit stop. You've been named the Western Auto Mechanic of the race with $1,000 for an outstanding effort today for Davey Allison. Congratulations.
Well, I appreciate everything.
Well, he's trying to get this pit stop orchestrated. Jake Elder here in the pits are going to pit about 2 laps from now and they need about 5 gallons to finish, so we'll see what happens.
It will be a quick stop, but it will be coming up in about a lap and a half. The record for the most cars, 13 on the lead lap. Today, we have 15 on the lead lap.
That's for this race?
Yes.
But, Jeff,
I was going to say they had 22 on the lead lap at the race here earlier this year, but for this particular event, that's easy. Look at Terry Gant go to the bottom of the track.
Trying to get some draft off the back of Alan Kowicki's car.
Jeff Bodine just lapped the car number 7 of Alan Kowicki, so now that leaves 14 cars in the lead lap.
Look at that again. We've just seen some unbelievable maneuvering down this wide front stretch.
Well, Kowicki was just simply moving over so the faster cars could go by, but Harry Gant wanted to get that last little bit of draft to save that last drop of fuel, so he went with him.
Jeff Bodine leading in the Budweiser Ford. Junior Johnson, Tim Brewer prepared car, and we are waiting for pit stops to happen. They're coming up on lap 189.
Well, now, I made one prediction as far as Bodine is concerned here today. I predicted that he'd lead the halfway lap. Well, I
missed that.
I'm going to predict that he's going to go all the way.
Okay. Now, here comes Mark Martin. Let's go to John Kernan.
The crew awaiting Mark Martin's arrival down here at the far end of pit road, right down near turn number 1. Martin slows the car. It's going to be a gas and go very quickly, and they will go to the right rear and make a slight chassis adjustment. Now the gas is in and Mark is away. Now remember, we talked about his transmission just a little slow getting out. He had to get the push. We talked about that overdrive in his transmission, but he got in and out okay.
And he gave up 5th position when he came in for the fuel stop. So he's the first among those running up front to make the pit stop.
Davey Allison is supposed to pit this lap if Jake Elder was telling the truth.
Well, the man is out on pit road with the board, and Davey Allison pit. So we'll see if he does come in. I said I believe that he would go all the way. I think he'll try to go all the way. He might not go all the way.
Okay. Now, is Davey Allison making a pit stop?
Rusty Wallace is.
Wallace is. Allison is staying out there. Here comes Rusty.
Dale Earnhardt and Ricky Rudd both coming in.
All of them are coming in. Here's John Kernan again.
Once again, just a quick gas and go. They'll put the gas in now. Rusty keeping the car revved. Now he is down and away. A really quick pit stop. Dale Earnhardt now comes in and goes out. Ricky Rudd gets on fuel and is down and away.
I tell you, this is very smart on these fellows not to go to the very last lap that they could go. Don't take a chance, because this is one racetrack you do not want to run out of gas on. If you run out going into turn 1, you can't coast back to the pit.
You are history. Jeff Bodine continues to lead. Will he come in for a fuel stop? There are less than 10 laps to go in the AC Spark Plug 500 from Pocono.
Davey Allison's supposed to be coming in this time.
But he is not. Harry Gant, meanwhile, is second place. Now Allison is third. Allison appeared to be waving to his pit crew. Maybe radio communications have been lost?
Could that be?
Well, he was waving. There was no question about it. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
He apparently cannot hear him, Bob. That's exactly what the problem is. They wanted him to pit on lap 189. They thought he heard him because they never came back and said anything. When he didn't come in, they called him again to come in on lap 190. He did not come in, so Jake went out on pit road and started waving the board, and Davey waved back. It should be on pit road this time.
Jerry, I wonder if Jake forgot to put his microphone back down. When you talked to him there a moment ago, his microphone was up on the forward of his head. He might have forgot to put it down. I don't know.
Look at Davey waving, though, as he comes down the front stretch.
Yes,
it's like, okay, I'll be right in, guys. Get ready. Well, let's look up toward turn number 3 now. There's Jake Elder as he prepares for, yeah, he's got the microphone down there by his mouth, so that's the problem. Here comes Davey. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
The key member of this stop will be Darrell Ferguson. He is the gas man with that big Unical can on his right shoulder. Davey will try to bring the car in and stop for about 5 or 6 seconds, and Darrell must hit that opening. He hits it, he pushes the can in, they're getting fuel, and Davey says, go, 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 go. Put it back in gear, and he is away.
Did you see the second gas man standing there? He was standing there in case Davey Allison overshot his pit. He was there with a second can to get it in case he overshot.
Good thinking. Bobby Hillen, who is running in the top 10, also comes in for a gas and go. He moves out. He was running in 10th position when he came in. Now there are less than 8 laps to go for the leader, Jeff Bodine. He's trying to make it to the finish.
We think. I believe Harry Gant will also try to make it to the finish. Because Leo Jackson's engine gets incredible fuel mileage.
Certainly Benny Parsons would know about that because he has driven a Leo Jackson car for a number of years.
7 laps to go. 7 to go. There's the interval between first and second. Jeff and Harry.
Bill Elliott now has moved up to 3rd position as a result of all these pit stops. Derek Cope in the pit.
Derek Cope was running in 9th position, relinquishes that to get the final gas he needs to go the distance. And a good run today for the Buddy Parrott crew. Derek back out there.
Here's the 11 car. Is he or isn't he? There's the 33.
Is he or isn't he?
I really don't think I think both of them, like Ned said, I think both of them are going to try to go all the way. We'll find out if they can make it or not.
Now, if those two don't make it, the guy running in 3rd position at the moment and has been pretty well established that he is not going to need a fuel stop is Bill Elliott.
Because Elliott did come in on the last lap before they got the green flag and put every ounce of fuel they could possibly put in that tour sport.
194 laps completed.
I think Jeff Bodine has eased off the gas just a little bit because Harry seems to be gaining a little bit. I think Jeff is backing up, trying to save a little bit of fuel because it has to be close.
Benny, I got my unofficial stopwatch on him this lap just to see. I thought the same thing, so I put the watch on him when he came by the start-finish line the last time. See, they had been running down in the 59-second bracket. Even Davey Allison ran a 58.5 just after a pit stop when they had on new tires. They won't be running that fast now, but we'll see how fast Jeff Bodine is running.
This is the completion of lap number 196. There are 4 laps to go, 10 miles.
Took him a minute, 3,200 for the second that time. So yes, he definitely has backed off. He's backed off a good second.
Right about 150 miles an hour. Let's go to Jerry Punch in Bodine's pit. Is he or isn't he, Jerry?
Well, they really don't know either. As a matter of fact, Henry Benfield, one of the best gas men in the business, is here with a gas can on pit wall, but the crew is very relaxed. Junior Johnson, as you look down here talking to Tim Brewer, Apparently, they're going to wait for Bodine to make the call. If the fuel pressure would begin to fluctuate, they would bring him in and try to just put a drop or two in the tank to finish. But I think they're going to leave him out and try to win it here at Pocono.
Spin up in turn one. Ken Reagan is spun up in turn one.
Uh-oh, this race may end under caution. There's Ken Reagan, who has tagged the wall up in the first turn, and the yellow comes out. And this may be the break that Jeff Bodine needed and wanted to give himself the victory. He comes down and takes the checkered flag on lap number 197.
The yellow flag.
The yellow flag. And it would appear as if Ken Reagan's car did make considerable contact with the wall, indicating that it may be at least 3 laps before they can get the car off the track.
I don't see how they could get it restarted. I think the race is going to end on the caution flag. Now, can they finish the race on the caution flag? But they're not using as much fuel on the caution, so we'll just have to see if they had enough fuel or not.
Yeah, they can make it easier now than they could have before. And Bill Elliott's one guy that didn't want to see this come out. Caution.
We see Jeff Bodine, folks, he has slowed down dramatically since he has taken the caution flag. No one can pass him under the rules. He has slowed dramatically to save all the fuel he can.
Yeah, he has no choice now but to stay out there. He is absolutely committed. Of course, he already was.
It's his right to go as low as he wants to.
Oh, exactly.
He's the leader. Well, let's hope that Ken Reagan is okay after obviously having hard contact with the first turn wall as Jeff Bodine pulls up beside the pace car and says,
slow down, you're going too fast.
Let's take it easy here, huh?
No, what he did there was he did not hit the brakes. Because if he had hit the brakes and had to hit the gas again, that would have meant more fuel.
Just a little bit more fuel. Very smart. You do come up with good things once in a while, Dave. This will be lap number 198.
Yep, there'll be 2 to go.
Well, we're going to duck away for a quick break. Obviously, they're not going to have any green flag laps here for at least a little while, so we'll take a break and be right back with more at Pocono.
Nothing beats a buzz. Nothing beats number 1. Nothing beats the loud and clear. Nothing beats reaching the top. It's the best, and we got it right here. Nothing beats the USA. Nothing beats what we've got here. Nothing beats clean, crisp, cold. Nothing beats the king of beers.
Defending champion Michael Andretti and Danny Sullivan test their skills on a gripping road course. They headline the field at the $1 Million Toronto Indy, Sunday at midnight Eastern on ESPN.
Back at Pocono. Now, the scoreboard from which we take a lot of our information.
Quit trying to make excuses. You made a mistake.
You got to go with the information that's put up there, and it has fluctuated in the number of laps completed here greatly in the last 5 laps. They are saying that as the cars come down this time, they will complete lap 198.
Folks, he's right. He is exactly right. The scoreboard has been going back and forth.
So, it is conceivable with Ken Reagan's car off the racetrack that we will have at least 1 lap of green.
I would dare say that's what's going to happen. They're going to throw the white and the green.
Boy, Jeff
Bodine. Look out. First turn wall. Whoa.
They probably will get the 1 more lap sign as they come down this time. The field currently is headed for turn number 3. And when they come down, they'll complete lap 198 and will undoubtedly be given the 1 more lap to green sign. Here is the way they're running. It's Bodine leading in Gant second with Elliott third, then Rusty and Dale. Davey Allison is 6th. Mark Martin, the pole sitter, 7th, followed by Rudd, Richard Petty, and Butch Miller. A great run in the Banquet Foods Planters Peanut car for 10th position.
One
yes,
to go.
Indeed, the sign is being given by Doyle Ford, the official flagman for NASCAR. One more lap to green, and that means there will be a final 2.5-mile sprint to the finish. Does Jeff Bodine have enough fuel to complete that lap under green, and does Harry Gant have enough fuel to do that? Oh, well, we did this at the halfway point. We'll do it again, and we'll go in the same order. Ned, who's going to win it?
I'm still going to say Bodine.
Benny?
I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue. I'll pick Harry Gant.
Okay. Jerry Punch?
Well, they're awfully nervous here in the Bodine pit right now, but I'm still going to say Jeff got the shot.
John?
I'm just going to have to take Dale Earnhardt because of his ability on the restarts. I know he's standing 5th in line, but I think Dale can pick up some ground once he crosses that start-finish line.
Well, that's going out on a limb.
You see, the thing that's going to hurt, Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace, Bill Elliott, is the lap cars.
Yeah.
And now is where I wish that NASCAR had a rule that with 10 laps to go, the lap cars could not double up. Because what's going to happen when they get down to turn 1, these lap cars are going to be on the inside, and those fellows 4th, 5th back are going to be awfully slow going through that corner on the last lap.
Hey, Bob, we didn't get your pick.
You know, I'm going to go with Bill Elliott. Huh?
That'd be a bad choice.
Okay. All right, well, somebody's going to win. Ada King could win this, you know.
Well,
he's still in the top 10.
Yep, but Rusty has made a pit stop. Earnhardt has made a pit stop. Davey has made a pit stop. They're all ahead of the team. But who knows?
Stand by, folks. This could be one of the better laps in Winston Cup racing that we've seen this year. It's a pretty slow restart. The pace car, as you can see, pulls off the racetrack just off of the second corner, allowing the pace to be set by Jeff Bodine, the leader of the event. You think that this is going to be a pretty slow restart?
You know, every one of these guys wishes they could pull in a hat and pull out a wand or something that could give them some kind of, they're all trying to figure, what can I do to give me an edge? What do I need to get up on his bumper, lay back? What do I need to do? Oh, but Joe Bodine has stood on already. Look what a jump he's going to get. Jeff Bodine stood on it.
He is going to get a decided advantage over second place Harry Gant. Here they come down. The green flag and the white flag wave simultaneously. One more lap to go. Jeff Bodine has the lead as they head into turn number 1. He has a car between himself and second place Harry Gant. That is Dick Trickle in car number 66.
But does he have enough gas to get back to the start-finish line at full speed?
That is the question that we will answer in about 45 seconds. Down the long pond straightaway, 3,055 feet in length. Headed for turn number 2 with 8 degrees of banking. And Harry Gant is out of fuel. Harry Gant is out of gas, and he will not finish second. Bill Elliott now finds himself in the runner-up spot. There is Gant out of fuel off the second corner, and everybody else passing him by. It appears to be in good shape, however, for Jeff Bodine as he remains on the throttle, and the car appears to have enough gas that carries him to the checkered flag. Here he comes off corner number 3. He indeed will win the AC Spark Plug 500. Jeff Bodine wins. Bill Elliott is second. Rusty Wallace third, followed by Dale Earnhardt and Davey Allison. How about that? The gamble works.
There's a happy guy.
Harry Gant finally rolls across the start-finish line. He'll finish last on the lead lap.
And for Jeff Bodine, it's his second win of the 1990 season, and he starts the second half off in great shape. And it'll be his 9th career Winston Cup win.
You think you'll get back? You think maybe a wrecker will have to push him back? He looks like he still has fuel, still the engine is still running.
Let's go down to Jerry Punch, who's with Tim Brewer.
Well, you made the call, Timmy. You guys put it close.
I tell you what, this race team, we're not going to take credit for that call because we all, we figured if we stopped, we were going to give somebody else something. So we're just going to get beat today. So, we just figured, we just go for it. But it's great. I mean, Doss, he figures the gas mileage, done a great job. I didn't believe him. I figured it. I still don't believe it. I'm just glad to be here.
They are indeed excited here in the Budweiser pit as Jeff Bodine wins for the second time this year.
So the Battle of the Beers ends with Budweiser winning and Coors finishing second as Jeff Bodine beat Bill Elliott here in this Winston Cup race this afternoon. We'll be back to talk with a very happy Jeff Bodine after this.
When you learn to shoot pool?
I invented the game.
New tape?
Uh-huh.
Well, fancy.
Just because I use something every day doesn't mean it has to look like it was made before World War II.
No way you're making that shot.
You got no chance today, pal. I've even got better socks than you.
We tested STP oil treatment under the worst possible conditions. In the taxi cabs in New York City. The result? Engine lift to wear was reduced by up to 50%. And now there's an STP for your newer car, too.
You haven't got half the parts I need.
How about a nice, tasteful hood ornament?
No, actually, I was looking for
something in an air freshener.
At Big A, we take our customers seriously. Our nationwide parts network helps make sure we have the parts you need when you need them.
You know, summer heat can wreak havoc on house paint, so choose Weather Beater.
Come to Sears Summer National Paint Sale. We've reduced our Weather Beater flat finish paint to just $11.76.
So see you at Sears.
Sale ends July 28th. Hurry.
He did it. He had enough fuel to go to the end of the race, and Jeff Bodine is in victory lane for the second time in the 1990 season. An absolutely incredible race here this afternoon. Let's go to Jerry Punch with the Road Handler Winner's Circle interview. Jerry?
Well, he is getting covered with the foam from an ice-cold Budweiser, and the crew congratulates. They can't believe it either. They absolutely couldn't believe it. I don't think even Jeffrey believed they could make it all the way on fuel. He's getting wiped off here and getting down a favorite sum from nearby Chemung, New York, about 2 hours from this racetrack. And Jeff, congratulations on a great effort.
Hi, Kathy, Matt, Barry, Donna, Jeffrey. We did it. You should have been here. They're in Daytona on vacation. You should have been here. Great. What a day.
How about those last few laps? Did you think you could make it? I mean, the fuel mileage, they were pretty tight in the pit.
What a race. I'll tell you, on that restart, it shut off. Going up through the gears, I yelled we're out of gas, but it started running again, and we made it around. I don't know how. It was on fumes. Hey, Junior, come here. Get him in here. Ask Junior, what do you think? We're going to be together next year and a couple more, right?
That's right. hey, you heard it right here, big guy. And, hey, you weren't worried at all, were you, Junior?
Well, I knew we was going to win the race and run out of gas one of the two, so that ain't no big decision to make. You're going for it, you know, at all, and that's what it's all about.
Hi, Floss. Happy birthday. Sorry I wasn't there.
That's Flossie Johnson, Jr.'s wife. Happy birthday, Flossie. Now, when you saw Harry run out of gas, that had to worry you back there on that out of going to turn two.
I was worried when mine ran out of gas on that restart, but I did see Harry run out, and I had a pretty good lead on everyone right then, so I just cooled it, came off 4. I told the guys on the radio, I think we can coast from here, and we could have, but we had enough.
I believe you ought to take Beecher Hetland out to dinner. He's the guy that builds these motors and got that great gas mileage.
Well, I'll tell you what, the whole team, I take them out to dinner a lot. Last night I did, but they deserve it. The car was great. You know, we ran good here last time. We just had a set of tires that didn't match up. We lost the race. This time we had a good set of tires. We had enough gas. And did you see the pit stops? Did you guys see the pit stops? These guys are the best in the world right here. The Bud crew.
They are indeed quick. And let's check in now where John Turner is standing by with a disappointed Harry Jansen.
Well, Harry, you needed about, what, maybe a half-gallon more of gas?
Yeah, about a half a gallon. We got about, we like about a mile or so finishing it. Coming off of turn 2, about halfway to turn 2, 1 and 2, it ran out.
I guess with the caution coming out that late, you might have thought you had enough to go the distance.
Yeah, we thought we had enough to go the distance, and then we also thought it may end under caution. So we wasn't anticipating them giving the white and the green. You know, we thought it'd probably just end under caution there, and we could have made it if it had done that. I was hoping it would, but I don't hate to take a white and a green and 1 lap to go. You know, it's a pretty rough racing there like that.
A rough way to end it, but still you had a good run today, and you have to feel good. Second good run here in a row.
Yeah, well, you know, we were coming up, and Jeff was running good, and our car just seemed to run longer on the tires, though, and, we remote them down there, but then they come on the radio and said to start conserving fuel, so, you know, I wasn't going to try anything hard to catch Jeff in. Of course, he was running good anyway, but I think I had real good tires left, and then the caution came out. Of course, caution didn't come out, we'd run out of gas 2-3 laps early.
Well, sometimes life just isn't fair. Harry about a half-gallon short of making it to a second-place finish, and who knows, maybe he could have challenged Jeff at the line.
And the half-gallon of gas cost him a second-place finish as he ended up 14th, the last car on the lead lap. Back with more after this.
For those of you who have been reluctant to wear a hearing aid, Miracle Ear has more great news. If you have trouble hearing in noisy situations, the exciting Miracle Ear Clarifier may be your answer. The Clarifier features a special filter that automatically reduces background noise.
In a restaurant situation, it picks up the noises I want to hear, but the other noises are just moved off into the background.
If you or someone you know thinks they may be suffering from hearing loss, call Miracle Ear at this number and receive helpful information.
It really makes a lot of difference in your way of hearing and in your way of life.
Call this number. Miracle Ear will send you a booklet on better hearing, plus a coupon for a free hearing test. Call today. Learn about all the good news from Miracle Ear.
A lot of people don't even know you got it, especially the one I got, the design that I got.
Call this number. Find out if Miracle Ear can help you.
Back at Pocono International Raceway, where Jeff Bodine has won and Bill Elliott finishes second. Here's John Kernan.
Bill, you had to be satisfied with the run today, second place finish.
I feel real good about it. You know, the course crew did a good job all day long. You know, I struggled there at the first. The car wasn't exactly right. We kept changing tires, tire, and wedge, and we finally got it decent. And we said, you know, there with about 40-some-odd laps to go, we'd come in, put a splash of gas in it, and not come back out. So, got to come back in the pit, so that's what we did, and it paid off.
Paid off with the second place finish. Still searching for that #1 win. It's got to be coming, #1 win this year. It's got to be coming soon, you think?
Well, I feel like it is. I feel good about today. You know, the guys work real hard, and they've been down here lately because of all the bad luck we've had. I think that's put them all back on track.
Thank you, Bill. Bill Elliott, his second place finish, inching closer to taking his first checkered flag in 1990.
And he equals his best finish of the year. Here are the top 20. Jeff Bodine wins. Bill Elliott second. Rusty Wallace third, followed by Dale Earnhardt and then Davey Allison. 6 through 10, Mark Martin, the pole sitter. Then Ricky Rudd. Butch Miller, his best finish in his career in Winston Cup competition. Richard Petty was 9th and Terry Labonte was 10th. Finishing 11th was Bobby Hillen. Ken Schrader, Derek Cope, Harry Gant, and Dick Trickle fill out the top 15. And then 16 through 20, Brett Bodine, Alan Kowicki, Dale Jarrett, Jimmy Means, and Jimmy Horton in substitution for Darrell Waltrip. Now, how the points look. Mark Martin maintains the advantage. Earnhardt in second, Rusty in third, Morgan fourth, or rather Jeff fourth, and Morgan Shepherd fifth, although Morgan Shepherd dropped out of competition rather early because of a crash. So there are the Winston Cup point standings, and they remain, for the most part, pretty much the same. At least the first 5 are in the same order as they were coming in. We'll have more from Pocono right after these messages.
Nothing beats the USA. Nothing beats what we've got here. Nothing beats clean, crisp, cold. Nothing beats the king of beer. Yeah, nothing. Nothing beats the blood, yeah, nothing. Nothing beats the blood, yeah, nothing. Nothing beats the Budweiser. Nothing beats the Bud.
Morning.
Here you go, sir. Time.
Come on, I'm late. Sorry. My nose won't stop running.
When allergies come on this strong, Benadryl comes on stronger.
Last weekend, Bo Jackson and the Royals beat up Boston in Fenway. Now the Red Sox try to return the favor and keep near the top of the AL East. Sunday night at 8 Eastern, live on ESPN. Undefeated, Johnny Capia puts his United States Super Flyweight title on the line against Luigi Campotaro. Budweiser presents Top Rank Boxing, Thursday night at 9 Eastern, live on ESPN.
We're back at Pocono International Raceway. There is the victory lane ceremony. Jeff Bodine wins the race. Finishing 5th is Davey Allison. Here's Jerry Punch.
Well, Davey Allison had a great afternoon here, and Davey, you had a strong car. You got to be real pleased with the car and Jake Elder and the whole crew.
Well, Jerry, you know, we had a great run for our Texaco Haviland Thunderbird. Jake helped us out an awful lot. We had a car to win the race today, but we lost our radios right after our next to last pit stop, and I was trying to let them know that the car was loose, and they didn't know what I was telling them. And I kept trying to tell them to give me some wedge, and when we pitted, they didn't put any wedge in the car, and I just drove it as hard as I could go, but that was all I could do was a 5th place today.
Fuel a little short. I know Robert Yates had to be jumping up and down in his living room at home wondering, come on, hang on, but just a little short on gas.
Well, we would have sure liked to have won this race for Robert. You know, he's back home recuperating from foot surgery, and I know he had his nerves all racked up, but Robert, we're coming home. We got some work to do. We know what we got to do to improve this race car, and we're going to be tough the rest of this year.
Indeed, they will be. Let's go up and check in with John Kernan, standing right with Rusty Wallace.
Well, Rusty, you got to be pretty satisfied. I mean, all you could do really is hope that Jeff would run out of fuel.
Well, I thought he was going to run out of gas, but he did a good job today. Their car ran great. Ours did too. We just came up short, but I'll take a third. I got ahead of Jeff there at one point, right there close to the end of the race, and I thought maybe I could pull it off. But I tell you, it's been second and thirds for Rusty Wallace here at Pocono. I'd like to thank Miller Genuine Draft, Pontiac, Mobile One, AC Spark Plugs, and everybody. But the crew, I tell you, they really had some good pit stops today. In and out fast, and you know, track position is so important. That was really good for us. And the car handled good today.
But, Bob, you know, lots of second and third place finishes can mean your way to the championship, and that's what Rusty wants to do the second half of the season, win his second in a row.
He remains in third position in the Winston Cup points, but we have a lot of races to go in the 1990 season. We have more coming for you from Pocono International Raceway, where Jeff Bodine has won.
Introducing the McDonald's All-Star Race Team. Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin, and Dale Earnhardt. NASCAR's very best. The official 1990 McDonald's All-Star Race Team. America's favorite race is coming to America's favorite place.
McDonald's, NASCAR, and you.
When it comes to overall performance, Road and Track confirms it. The Dunlop D40 M2 outperforms the competition. First in wet braking. First in dry braking. Second in lap times on the test track. Second in road holding ability. Road and Track proves you can't beat the Dunlop D40 M2. Dunlop outperforms.
If you love cars, you'll love Auto Week, the news weekly of motoring. Every week, Auto Week puts you inside the world's most exciting cars. GTs, sports sedans, collector cars, 4x4s, front drivers. Auto Week makes you an insider with industry news, personality profiles, old cars, columnists, the best classified anywhere. And nobody covers racing like Auto Week. You get the fastest coverage of Formula One, sports cars, stockers, Indy cars. It's all in Auto Week, the news weekly of motoring every week. Call 1-800-828-4100 to get a full year of Auto Week at our special discount price. Just $19.95 for 52 issues, only 38 cents a week. You'll save 80% off the newsstand price. Call 1-800-828-4100. Let Auto Week put you in the driver's seat every week.
Well, here were the point standings when we went into this race, and here's how they finished. Mark Martin was the points leader. He finished 6th here this afternoon. Dale Earnhardt was 2nd. He finished 4th. Rusty was 3rd, and he finished 3rd. Jeff Bodine 4th. He finished 1st, and Morgan Shepherd was really the one that lost a whole lot here today. He finished 36th. Now let's take a look at the points, and you'll notice that they remain in exactly the same order. And the separation is now 2,371 to Morgan Shepherd's 2,113. And the man that we should also mention right here is the King, Richard Petty. He finished 8th here this afternoon, make that 9th. And the last time that he finished in the top 10 was in Bristol, August of 1988, in which he finished in 8th position. Gentlemen, Ned?
Well, it was a real interesting, exciting race. Really, at one point it got a little bit scattered out there, but then the last half of this race was as good as you'll want to see.
I'll have to echo those statements. The last 100 laps of this race had to be the best 100 laps of racing this racetrack has seen.
There were 21 lead changes among 9 drivers, average speed 124.0. Let's go to John Kernan first for his closing comments.
Well, you guys get to see all the track up here. I don't get to see anything but the pits in the front straight. I was impressed with the pit stop, especially in the Junior Johnson crew. I mean, they were doing 4 tire changes in under 20 seconds. That's what impressed me the most about today's action. Now let's go to Jerry. And Jerry, what did you think about the race?
one pit stop they did. It was 19.5 seconds for 4 tires in the Budweiser crew, and they got to be awfully proud of that. No wonder Jeff Bodine was smiling. And Richard Petty was also smiling just a minute ago as he was taking a shower and gave us a thumbs up and said, hey, we're back, and maybe he is. Good luck to the King the rest of the year. Bob?
All right, thank you very much, Jerry. Coming up next, LPGA at 4:30, the Farmore at Youngstown, Ohio. Later tonight, baseball at 8 o'clock, live, the Boston Red Sox and the Kansas City Royals. Kart racing at midnight tonight from Toronto, Canada. Don't forget Motor Week Illustrated at 7:30 Monday night, Speed Week 7:30 Saturday night. We'll see you in 2 weeks as our Winston Cup coverage resumes from the road course at Watkins Glen, New York. My thanks to Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch for their assistance here this afternoon. Again, the winner of the AC Sparkplug 500 here at Pocono International Raceway was Jeff Bodine. Thank you for joining us. For now, this is Bob Jenkins. So long, everyone.